And yeah, just about the event, what stood out for him personally? What does he remember as an individual? What did he like?
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. 10. Ground control to Major Tom. 7. Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2, check ignition, and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade, and the papers want to know whose shirts you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in a most peculiar way, and the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can. Tell my wife I love her very much. She knows. Ground control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear? Am I floating on my tin can? Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Didn't know what time it was, the lights were low. Oh, oh. I leaned back on my radio. Oh, oh. Some cat was laying down some rock and roll, that is all he said. Then the loud sound, it seemed to fade. Came back like a slow voice on a wave of fate. That wasn't no DJ, that was hazy cosmic jive. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He's told us not to blow it, 'cause he knows it's all worthwhile. He told me, let the children lose it, let the children use it, let all the children boogie. I had to phone someone, so I picked on you. Oh, oh, hey, that's far out, so you heard him too. Oh, oh, switch on the TV, we may pick him up on channel 2. Look out your window, I can see his light. If we can sparkle, he may land tonight. Don't tell your papa, or he'll get us locked up inside. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He's told us not to blow it, 'cause he knows it's all worthwhile. He told me, let the children lose it, let the children use it, let all the children boogie. Starman waiting in the
Good morning. It's 11 or 8 minutes after 11 o'clock right here on Radio Astro. Welcome, welcome, welcome officially. My name is Baidu Adams. With me is my co-host, Sipokazi. Good morning.
Morning,
How are
morning.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Do you sleep well?
Yes, I did.
How's this weather though?
I'm happy now the rainy days are over. The sun is coming up.
Is it?
I can smell
Is it?
spring. I can feel spring is coming. So I'm
Is it really
excited.
over, Sipokazi?
Yes, I believe so. I want to believe so.
Listen, yesterday there was there are people in my group, a couple of my groups that I'm up, and one of them sent me pics of snow on Table Mountain, and that was coupled with a video of snow on Table Mountain. And apparently, the video was from an old video, but the pics are real because the pics were taken by the staff of Table Mountain. And then hours later, somebody else says, "No, I actually literally walked up the mountain. This is my video."
Yes, I saw the videos. My goodness, it looked amazing,
Yeah,
but also very cool.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, we are in Cape Town in South Africa. It's just after 11 o'clock in the morning. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Radio Astro. We started, if you don't know this either, we started back at the CTICC, which is the Cape Town International Convention Center. And what were we at, Sipokazi? What were we doing there?
We're doing the IAU
That's right.
General Assembly.
Yes. So I like to use all the letters, and I'll be like, you know what? I was at the IAU GA at the CTICC in CPT RSA. But that's actually where I met Sipokazi as well. We interviewed her, and now she's one of our hosts right here on Radio Astro. So we basically talk all things astronomy. We talk about astronauts and NASA and AFSA and SARAO and telescopes, all those type of things. And admittedly, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, I'm brand new to this. I'm brand new and I'm learning so much. Every time I interviewed someone or we interviewed someone, I learned so much about it. I learned something about it, which I thought was really cool.
Yes, it was the same thing for me, especially at the GA.
Yeah.
There were so many incredible people doing incredible things that you didn't even think were careers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you obviously have a background in it, because let me just take people back to what you do. I just want people to know what it is you do.
Okay, so I was editing a magazine. It's for the African Science Stars, and it's basically promoting science, astronomy, and everything that has to do with the scientific field in Africa and beyond.
Have you always had an affinity and connection to astronomy, or was it sort of like you just stumbled upon it?
I think curiosity and stumbling upon it.
But listen, again, I mean, for me, it was when I was at the GA, it was amazing to just learn from people. And when you see somebody, whether they are sweeping the streets or whether they are a CEO of a billion-dollar corporation, when you see their passion, that for me makes me smile. And each and everybody that sat in the chair opposite us just was so passionate about what it was they do.
Yes.
And
it's National Women's Month in South Africa. It was so amazing to see women in the field doing amazing things.
Speaking of Women's Month, we're also going to be playing an interview by a lady called Mae Jemison from the States. We'll be hearing what she's been up to, what it was like for a woman and to be in space and in this field, which I think is an important thing. I think it is an important thing, and I think it's about time we highlight things like this, especially in 2024. We're still sitting with a lot of struggles. I mean, I myself personally fight for a lot of these type of things with friends of mine to get them to get the environment they're in, to understand that the women are basically literally even cleverer than us and more smarter than us and on the same level as us. Why are we still doing this thing from the 1920s? You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be like an interview. We are hopefully going to be chatting to Kevin, who's going to be popping in as well. And then we've got 1 or 2 interviews set up as well. But yeah, it's going to be like a ride. I hope you guys are going to enjoy it. So guys, I think maybe it's time for us to take a little bit of a break. And then we come back, we'll chat, we'll have a listen to the Mae Jemison.
Great.
Cool.
Ziggy played guitar, jamming good with Weird and Gilly and the Spiders from Mars. He played it left hand, but made it too far. Became the special man then we were Ziggy's band. Ziggy really sang, screwed up eyes and screwed down hairdo, like some cat from Japan. He could lick 'em by smiling, he could leave them to hang. They came on so loaded, man, well hung in snow white tan. So where were the spiders while the fly tried to break our bones? Or just the beer like to guide us? So we bitched about his bands and should with crutches we hands. Ziggy played for time, jiving us that we were voodoo. The kids were just crass, he was the Nas with God-given ass. He took it all too far, but boy could he play guitar. Making love with his ego, Ziggy sucked up into his mind, like a leper messiah. When the kids had killed a man, I had to break up the band. Oh yeah. Ziggy played guitar.
It's just another night, and I'm staring at the moon. I saw a shooting star and thought of you. I sang a lullaby by the waterside and knew if you were here, I'd sing to you. You're on the other side as the skyline splits in two, miles away from seeing you. But I can see the stars from America. I wonder, do you see them too? So open your eyes and see the way our horizons meet, and all of the lights will lead into the night with me. And I know these scars will bleed, but both of our hearts bleed. All of these stars will guide us home. I can hear your heart on the radio. It beats. They're playing chasing cars, and I thought of us. Back to the time you were lying next to me. I looked across and fell in love. And so I took your hand back through lamplit streets and knew everything led back to you. So can you see the stars over Amsterdam? Hear the song my heart is beating to. So open your eyes and see see the stars from America.
So we keep on changing this.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. It's 19 minutes after 11 o'clock right here in Cape Town, Radio Astro.
Yes, we're back.
We are back. Myself, Radio Adams, with me is Sipokazi. What does your name mean, by the way, Sipokazi?
It means a big gift.
Wow.
It's a Xhosa name meaning big gift.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So what do you get for your birthday? Do you get your name? Listen, we spoke earlier about some things coming up during the show. And I forgot to mention, or I didn't mention the people's names who we are interviewing. One of them is Dr. Viviana Gamaldi. It's always a mouthful with foreign names. And she's an associate professor at the Universidad CEO San Pablo. Now, I don't know if I should just say it or if I should say it with an accent. Like, you go to say San Pablo, you go to San Pablo.
I think an accent is good.
And then another person we've got is Dorothy Musio. And we'll be chatting to her as well. So we'll be finding out a whole lot more about what they are about. Just tell me quickly your experience at the IAU, at the GA. Is there anything that stood out for you? Anything that was like flipping amazing, very cool? You know what I mean?
It was incredible. Just meeting the people in the science and astronomy field and like talking to them, engaging them on what they're doing.
Yeah.
I just really enjoyed it and enjoyed the session so much as well.
Okay.
I learned so much. I was learning every day.
That's what I said. Like everybody I interviewed as an example, I just learned, I kept on learning. But you know what the question I have, and I'm hoping we can get somebody in, the people who arranged and organized that mass meeting of just thousands upon thousands of people had to be fed, people had to be given cool drinks and drinks, there had to be entertainment, there had to be an MC, stalls had to be set up. How in the world did they do that?
It was a massive conference, a lot of people and so many things all at once. I'm sure it was such a really good organizing that had to happen for that to happen.
Yeah. And I think we need to find somebody to come and chat to us, and we'll hear from them exactly how it is, what it is they've done. Because if you think about the amounts of people that walk in and out of that building, if we look at from a safety issue, for example, which is, I know that the convention center in Cape Town, that's one of their main features. Safety is always, safety always comes first. There was an incident where we received food from a hotel across the road, and we were stopped at one stage, and the guy was very nice to me. He says, "Listen, you're technically not allowed to bring food into this venue." But he explained it to me. He said, "What if something happened to someone at that venue? Food poisoning, hypothetically. If it's not their own, they can't trace it. If they can actually trace it back." I think he said 4 days or something like that. So it's all, and I'm always amazed as a person who does events about all things like that, events and safety things and just logistics and stuff like that.
What a wonderful way to check safety and security.
Definitely. So we're just chilling here. We're just having a lovely chat. If you want to get a hold of us, we are on our platform. It's RadioAstro-Space. You can check us out. Check us out on all the social media platforms. Just type in Radio Astro. You'll see this beautiful logo, which a very good friend of mine by the name of Tristan arranged. He's such an amazing guy. He's one of the best in the business. Like, I've never seen somebody, I haven't seen a better graphic designer than Tristan, So anything else that you would like to say?
Yes, we have Mae Jameson interview coming up. She was the first African-American woman to become an astronaut, and she went to space in 1992, and she was the first one to go there as well. So a woman breaking barriers.
Yeah, and we are in this month, so it's a beautiful thing, especially here in South Africa. So I think we should have a listen. It was, I think the young lady's name was Emishne, and our friend Bobby Brown, he interviewed Mae Jameson. And then we'll have a listen and see what she's got to say.
Yes, and she spoke at the GA. She was one of the speakers in the Public Women's event. So amazing. So I can't wait to hear what the interview is about, and I'm excited for it.
Let's go.
I know, forgive the cheese, starstruck at the moment because somebody that I am a huge fan of has arrived. She's very busy. She's got a little bit of time. Her name is Mae Jameson. She was in low Earth orbit. She is a former NASA astronaut. She does a whole bunch of other things, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But I want to start with the most important question, Mae. Thanks for joining us, by the way.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm excited about being here and being able to talk about space exploration, its impact on Earth, and how we make it the best.
I've got the most important question that I want to start off with, because all of those other things are very important, but the critical question is, What is the most important space movie and why is it Interstellar?
The most important space movie is not Interstellar, and it is not the one that I like the best.
Oh.
Because I believe that Interstellar, while it did a wonderful job
Yes.
with looking at black holes,
Yes.
it did a number of things that I think don't necessarily serve science in
Oh,
space.
all right. Which is what? Mention
But
one.
so I'm going to talk about some of my favorite movies, which exist from when I was a child,
Yes.
which was The Day the Earth Stood Still, the
Yes.
original Day the Earth Stood
Ah,
Still.
seen it.
Because it actually talked about how we as humanity behave and said, is this behavior tolerable? So I love that one.
Okay.
Other really important space movies. So I can go all the way from the kitschy popular movies, right? So I loved Guardians of the Galaxy,
Do
right?
you? Oh, wonderful.
Because I think some of this has to do with energy, right?
Yes.
And whether or not you can stay there, all the way to things that are more serious, like that help us to look at the world in different ways. And so some of my favorite science fiction, I'm going to go science fiction movies, they include Arrival. Why was Arrival very interesting?
Jodie
Because
Foster, yeah. No, not Jodie Foster. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Arrival was very interesting because it really dealt with like language and how do we see time and space, right? And that interaction with people. I think very frequently that's what good science fiction does. It allows you to see yourself, your society through a different lens, and it uses science as a character, which is the reason why Star Trek is probably my favorite
Are you a Trekkie
science
as well?
fiction. I'm not a Trekkie. I was on Star Trek, so it doesn't count as a Trekkie, right? No, but from the original series, because Star Trek actually looked at a lot of things that were happening on Earth and used space as a lens to look at it. And at the same time brought up new questions that might only happen if you were in space. And science was always one of the characters.
Yeah.
And whether or not the science was always correct or not, it was one of the characters. And Star Trek actually gave us a hopeful future.
It did.
It said that we went through our trials and tribulations, but we figured out how to make a difference. And what was really exciting to me is they had lots of different characters. This is the 1960s. They had people from around the world that were represented on the crew, as well as being able to interact with Vulcans. And there were so many ideas that were there. And if you look at the further Star Treks like Next Generation, they introduced the Ferengi, right? With the whole, the profit motive.
Yes.
Which at the time we thought, well, maybe that's too silly. But when you look at some of the things that were included in the Ferengi rules of acquisition, right? Acquisition rule 99, enough is never enough.
Oh, you definitely a Trekkie.
Do we sometimes operate on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that there are a lot of different pieces where we get a chance to look at ourselves in different ways by looking at these kinds of books, these kinds of ideas and stories.
I love the fact that you are a serious scientist, but you're also into sci-fi, which is very, very cool. We know you as a NASA astronaut, but you've had a life before that. You've had a life subsequent to that. Let's start with the life before that. Mae Jemison was what before we got to know you as a NASA astronaut?
So, I'm Dr. Mae Jemison. I'm a physician. I was an engineer. I was a chemical engineer in undergraduate school, and I also majored in African and African American studies. I danced, did social sciences. I led the Black Student Union. I was the first woman at Stanford with that. I went to school at 16, college at 16, into California. Let's see, I grew up on the south side of Chicago during the 1960s.
South City.
And, and one of the things that I'm mentioning these days, and it was really important to me then, so as a little girl in the 1960s, my mother cut all of our hair off, mine, my sister's, because Mary McCabe came to the United States, and she was just so excited about this beautiful woman, and then learning about in South Africa women wear their hair short. And then she cut it all off, and which meant that there's a level of confidence that you get from doing that, which freed me up so much, right? And that really particular pieces of how do you create, how do you own your confidence? Yeah. Like, because little kids grow up, they have confidence in them. They do all those things. They explore the world. Yeah. But adults, they help to decrease that confidence by the things we tell them they can't do, that they can't explore. And because I chose my parents well, it allowed me to do more of that exploration, right? To move forward.
You say you dance. Have you ever danced in low Earth gravity or microgravity?
I did some things in low Earth orbit, but I did a lot of things on board the C-135. They called it occasionally bomber coming, but it was the zero gravity plane. But I did a lot of things, and there's video of that. The thing that I want to say though about all of these pieces is so frequently people say that you have to see something to do something, which is not true. And very frequently, I think that that's a disabling, especially for women of color, for people of color in the United States. I can say that, but the reason it's disabling because it implies that we can't create a new future, that we were not a part of creating the world before, that we can start to see things and make the world different. So it's really easy to learn about me and the work that I did at NASA, right? The cute little orange flight suit picture.
I love that. That's one of my favorite photographs of you. I mean, you look so, whenever I watch the modern Star Treks, I think of Michael, for example, in Next Generation, the female Michael. I don't know, somehow she reminds me of you for some reason or the other.
Do you know that they patterned her after me?
Did they really?
Yeah, one of the yeah, and in fact, I had the pleasure of being at New York Comic-Con, being the moderator for the introduction of the Star Trek Discovery panel.
Yes.
So yeah,
Michael is modeled after you. I will never see her the same again. And
look at the haircut in the first season.
That is phenomenal. I love that. I love that.
In the first season, right?
Yeah, I saw it. It was so funny.
I want to get to what you're doing now because you're doing really amazing things. But I want to ask you, and I know that you've been asked this many, many times, but for our audience, there are a lot of young people in rural South Africa listening through community radio stations who are dreaming of becoming astronauts. What is it like floating in zero gravity?
I'm going to take us back a little ways. I'm going to say that you can like space, you can be excited about the stars without necessarily wanting to be an astronaut or go there. So many people who work in space exploration, who work in space, are not the least bit interested in getting on tons of high explosives, right?
Wow.
To be launched into space.
Yeah.
But
in
that's
a tin can made by the lowest bidder.
But no, we're not. I think that that's a little bit of an exaggeration. But really, for me, I wanted to do space since I was a little girl. And even though during that time there were no women in the U.S. space program, there were no people of color, I assumed that I would go into space. That was my expectation, that by the time I got old enough, I would figure that we had figured it out and I would get an opportunity to go. But the path there is not one, that's necessarily straight. It has bits and pieces to it. And those bits and pieces include, yes, going and getting a science degree. But it also included having a lot of operational experience. And so some of the work that I did before I ever came to NASA, I didn't realize it was going to be important, but it was very important. So I was the Area Peace Corps medical officer for Sierra Leone and Liberia for 2.5 years and lived in Freetown. And I did a lot of work. I've worked in Cambodian refugee camps. I worked with the Flying Doctors of East Africa. This experience with medicine in extreme environments was really important because when you think about it, it has a lot of application to space, which brings you to when I decided to apply to the astronaut corps. And I was in the first class selected after the Columbia accident. And in fact, my application was in at the time of the Columbia accident.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sorry. I said
wow.
Columbia because we had two accidents. I meant to say Challenger.
Yeah.
The Challenger explosion in 19...
So you were very nearly on Challenger?
No, I wasn't. No, I was just in the class selected.
Okay.
When you get into the astronaut corps, you have a lot of work you have to do in order to qualify and to be able to be assigned to a space flight. So when I got to the astronaut corps, I was one of 2 women in a class of 15, and we had people with experience all the way from, test pilots to, astrophysicists, to me, a physician and an engineer, aerospace engineers, a lot of different experiences. And then we actually train to everyone has to have a baseline level of knowledge and information. So we have some people who have in-depth knowledge in other areas, but I had to learn how to be a crew member on T-38s and learning a lot about airplanes and flight and logistics and things like that. They had to learn about things about health and physiology. My very first job as an astronaut, we have jobs, right?
Yeah.
So, because you're not always training, you have to do something.
You're not just flying around in
Yeah.
space and having fun.
And so you support the human spaceflight program. And my first job was to be a connection between Kennedy Space Center and the astronaut corps. So the vehicle's getting ready for launch, the shuttle's getting ready for launch. I supported them particularly around payloads, the Columbia shuttle, the thermal tile and protection systems.
Oh, yeah.
So I've spent a lot of time going back and forth to Kennedy. And the very first launch I saw was the first launch after the Challenger accident. And I had been working that launch the night before, which meant that I was actually inside of the shuttle getting all the comm checks and things ready. So it was a very heady experience to sort of see that happen after you've been part of this.
Wow.
And at night, right before launch, you're maybe the only maybe 2 or 3 people who are there on the shuttle because it's fully may have been loaded, with fuel, and they don't have a lot of people on it.
Wow.
So it's a very exciting kind of thing. So that was the first thing I saw. So seeing launches from a distance, there's this rumble, there's you can feel it in your chest even though you're 5 miles away, sometimes 10 miles away, you can feel this rumble and the noise and the sound, and you see all the flame and the coming out of the back. And inside, it's not quite as exciting because you don't see any of that.
Yeah.
So I'm getting to your question, right?
Yes.
I'm getting to your question. But I had to get there so you understand that people do a lot of training beforehand. I was on the mission with the Japanese space agency. It was called Space Lab J. I flew as a science mission specialist. Was the first time they flew that position. I like to say I was like Mr. Spock. So I was responsible for as much of the science on board and working and coordinating with the primary researchers on the ground, or the primary investigators on the ground. So what was really exciting about that is that you get to do both. You get to do all the science. The cool thing about being an astronaut is it's very physical. It's very intellectual, and also it's problem solving, and you get to be a busybody in some ways, right?
Must have been surreal for you, though. I mean, for the little girl, for the little May, the memories of one day going now here you are.
Any more surreal than for anyone else?
I suppose.
I think it's surreal for everyone, right?
But I mean,
So
to
you
live
think
it,
about
to
it.
live your dream, that's such a big dream too.
It is. Trust.
Was it a dream, or was it an expectation?
Manifestation.
Manifestation. I was going to say that, right?
There you go.
Manifested it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal.
And I think for me it was. So I thought about being that little girl on the south side of Chicago who used to assume she'd go into space. There are 2 parts of this. One part of I'm doing my job, and I know my job well, and you have this calmness and that's there.
Yeah.
You are recognizing that you're sitting on tons of high explosives, but you've never been around so many people who cared about your well-being in your life. I mean, I can talk about my other jobs and the work that I did versus being there where people were actually dress you, help you put on your clothes to get on the flight.
Yeah.
But also there was a peace and a calm because I had already made reconciled that things could happen. But I was exactly where I wanted to be. And how many times do we get to be exactly where we want to be, doing what we want to do? And I talked to my parents and all my friends and stuff and said, hey, here, this is what I want to do. And then I had that smile on my face thinking about that little girl who would have thought how cool this is and how jazzy it is, right? On the south side of Chicago. The sensations are really that. And the first thing that I saw from space, and this is absolutely correct, was the city of Chicago.
Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious
Oh, wow.
because I had launched on the flight deck. There are 2 decks. Because I launched on the flight deck, and then when you get up in orbit, you immediately start getting the shuttle ready to be now there's going to be this space vehicle versus a rocket, so to speak. It's going to be a space vehicle. And my commander called me up to the flight deck and he said, look out the window. And there out the window was Chicago.
Chicago.
And it looked just like it did on the map.
Is it?
Right, because you could almost see, like growing up as a little girl, you could almost see the concrete, the part of it that was different from the cornfields that surround Chicago, the agricultural lands, right, and the greenery. So it was really a very exciting point in time. I had a lot of work to do. It was a laboratory mission, so we had a lot of science experiments to do. So it was pretty wonderful.
Absolutely phenomenal. And if I had to, and I want to get on to the work that you're doing now, because I know it's good work and I'm very curious about it. But one last question about your missions with NASA. If there's, I mean, you say you dreamt of it and manifested it, and that's all wonderful, but if I have a youngster listening right now to you, feeling inspired, the road for an African child might be slightly different. Are there recommendations? I mean, what would be the avenues that a youngster would explore from here?
Well, I think one of the things I should just say is that space is changing, right? We have different players who are doing it. We have commercial interests. We have people who are going into space in different ways. It's not always with the same.
Yeah. There's
group
one little
of people,
guy from
right?
South Africa who's doing quite well.
So there are lots. There are lots of different things, and we can talk about commercial space exploration as well, right? In terms of what that means and how we're going to come back to that. So here's the thing. Should go ahead, and I would tell people to do what they can do, what they're most, and do what they're good at, what keeps their interest. Because you really need to have something you're interested in to be able to get through those times where it may be difficult or you may be tired, because you want to do it. It brings a smile to your face even if you're not laughing, right? This is where you want to be, and you'll do well in that. And then whatever direction things take, it'll get you to that spot. And in fact, there wasn't a time where I really said, I'm doing this because I want to be an astronaut, except for when I purposefully applied or a couple of other things. But it was really, here's what interested me, and I was interested in the sciences. But as I told you, I danced. I also, studied African studies and linguistics and language.
What dance do you do?
I do all kinds. I used to do all kinds. Ballet, jazz,
ballet.
modern, did a lot of
good?
African, Brazilian. I was very good.
Oh, all right.
I think you must.
No, I was very good.
I think you should spend more time in South Africa. We have a lot of different dances around here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I
Teach
think
us some Apansula.
Yes,
we did
definitely.
I did a lot of that because it was interesting to me. I had some incredible teachers and choreographers, and you learn a lot. And you want to know one of the best questions I ever had? You can write this down.
All right.
Was from a 12-year-old girl. She asked me, how did dance help me with space? And her classmates laughed at her.
Oh.
But the reason I thought it was so good, because it made me think, and here's the deal. It was about poise. It was about being able to practice relentlessly. It was about being able to understand choreography, because when you're doing one thing and other people are doing other things, and you have to know what they're doing without a piece of paper in front of you, right?
Yeah.
And so there's this wide circuit of things that are choreographed. So it's not, it definitely helped. And also your confidence, because when you're doing dance, and especially if you do it at high levels, people are not sometimes kind. So you have to be you have to reflect on yourself. And what are you doing? How do you do better? Right? And you have to sometimes be relentless at it.
When we're done with you here, can I dance with you? Can you show me a little move?
I don't know. Can you dance? I'm
not sure that I can.
Okay. We're going to move on.
Okay.
That's a big no.
Okay. I have one last question. Since it's going to be Women's Day tomorrow, I was going to ask do you think women are better than men in space?
So here's the thing. When people first started looking at it in the 1960s, with the late 1960s with the space program, there had been this thing, and a lot of people thought that women would make better astronauts than men. A number of physicians and others thought that. They thought that because of the personality, that the calmness, that they would be psychologically more stable, and then they're smaller, they use up less oxygen, they didn't have the same heart disease as men. So when they were starting to look at that, they thought women would be better. There was a decision made to have men be the first astronauts. Then some of the doctors took and tested a bunch of women, a number of women who had been pilots, particularly during World War II, and they'd been test pilots and things like that, and they had set all kinds of records, and the women did as well or better than men in all the tests. And in fact, in all the isolation tests, the women blew men out of the water in terms of the test. But there was a conscious decision saying, hey, Lyndon Johnson said, we're not going to do this. And it took a while. So whether it's better or not, I think we have to use our full skill set and talents.
Is big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep their loose to keep it tight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun and we never fight. You can dance and stay uptight. It's a supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We get it almost every night. And when that moon is big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight.
Good morning, still was it? No, is it afternoon? No, it's good morning. I thought it was afternoon already. It's 12 minutes to 12. It's 11 minutes now. Then, as I'm speaking, the watch flips over. 11 minutes to 12 o'clock. How are you, Superkazi?
Great, still enjoying the show.
Really?
Yes.
It's just the company. You get to say that's fine. Listen, so Kevin popped in here. He's one of the guys who organized the IAU GA at the CTICC in CPT RSA. And it was actually nice to hear how they work behind the scenes. So we are trying to get somebody to come in. I'm hoping to be Charles Takalana, or Takalani. I can't remember if she said Takalana or Takalani. I just been given a go ahead by my producer to my left hand side. And we'll chat to him. And I think it's important to ask those type of questions.
Yes, and we were speaking to Kevin, we were speaking about how exhausted he still is. And
Weeks later.
yes. I mean, I'm sure it was such a task to plan such a huge conference.
Yeah. And I mean, again, logistically, to think about all those people that you had to get in there and, just because I do events and you always think of a plan B in the case that something can happen. So I watch all the time, and you see how they are set up and whatever, and it's a huge task to do something like that. Anyway, you spoke the other day about people being stuck in space. Are they back home now, or are they still stuck in space?
They're still stuck in space. Expected to return in February. Apparently, there was technical issues that couldn't bring them back. So we are looking forward to that for them to come back. But it looks like everything is being planned for their return.
But I imagine, here you are. I'm just going to go away for 8 days. Imagine you're in Cape Town and you have to go to Bloem for 8 days. No, sorry, super guys, you can only come back in February. And this is even, I would say, worse, but I mean, this is in space. It's not like you leave Bloem and go to Joburg, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But can you imagine just the psychologically, like your mind games, things that plays with your mind all the time when you have to do stuff like that. That is just on another level. I was reading through a couple of things the other day, and I came across this very simple little thing called, and they were talking about the quotes from astronauts. And I was going to check if you know any of these or not, but it says there's 6 astronaut quotes from milestone NASA missions, or NASA as the Americans say. And the one thing which I thought was really cute, it said, "Fix your little problem and light this candle." That was said by Alan Shepard. This one you might have heard by Neil Armstrong. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. That's when the man was on the moon, remember?
Yeah.
And this one you might also have heard. This was said by John Jack Swigert and James Jim Lovell. Houston, we've had a problem here. But like, just remember that people skin it wrong and they say, Houston, we have a problem. It's actually Houston.
I've heard that actually so many times.
Yes,
they even use it in songs. Sometimes.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. So the correct wording is Houston, we've had a problem here. And then The Dream is Alive by John Young. And then The Stars Don't Look Bigger, but They Do Look Brighter. That was said by Sally Ride. So yeah. Oh, and then the last one was congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. Anyway, listen, you're tuning to Radio Astro. We're talking all things astronomy. We are chatting to people as much as we can. We are finding out from people who we can interview. Just on that note, if anybody would like to contact us and suggest someone to interview them, or if they belong to a group or an organization and they want us to chat to them, they may. In South Africa, outside of South Africa as well, it doesn't really make a difference. So,
yes, and we would love to hear from people and hear what they're up to and their interest in astronomy. I mean, it's such an interesting field.
Yeah, we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna play a WhatsApp interview that happened at the General Assembly, and then I call it a WhatsApp interview because it's kind of you take your phone and then you speak to the interviewee and then you ask them your questions. But interesting nonetheless. So have a listen to this.
Good day, gentlemen. This is Vezi. I'm currently walking around at the IAU General Assembly here at the CTICC, and I bumped into 2 beautiful women right now. And obviously, in the strength of Women's Day, I just had to speak to them. Could you guys please tell the audience who you guys are?
Okay, my name is Ashley, and this is my friend Anya. We are actually old co-workers, but I recently changed jobs and I'm actually working for the SKAO at the moment, the Square Kilometre Array. And this was open to the public day, so I was like, hey Anya, let's check it out and explore. So.
Okay, nice. As you guys heard, she works for the SKA, which is an amazing company right now, currently investing in South Africa, building some amazing tools and big things. What's your view? Actually, firstly, are you South African?
Yes. Both are.
Oh, okay. Well, lovely. So how do you guys feel with so much now investment coming into not even just Cape Town, but South Africa as a whole? How are you guys seeing the new move of astronomy being accepted, right, in a broad context?
Yeah, no, I love it. I think it creates a lot of opportunities for a lot of people who, like me, were growing up thinking, oh, there's never going to be a chance for me to work in my dream. But, with the more investments coming into it, the more opportunities are created and more little girls can achieve their dreams,
Nah, 100%. And just to ask a bit of background, did you go through school like knowing you want to be an astronomer, or did it kind of change paths along the way?
She's always spoken about space.
Oh,
Yeah.
for real?
Since I was like 5, I first wanted to be an astronaut, as most people do. I just wanted to work in the space industry somehow, some way. So I'm not an astronomer now, I'm an engineer. But it's still cool because I get to work on the telescopes.
Oh, nice. And what's your capacity with the SKA? What type of work are you kind of doing?
So, like I said, I just started, but I'm an integration engineer, so basically I have to make sure that all the different parts of the telescope are talking to each other properly so that it does what we tell it to do.
Wow, I'm going to make it seem like I understand what you're saying, but but that sounds so amazing. And again, going back to Women's Day, what would you say kind of were maybe challenges you faced as a woman? And growing up, were you ever discouraged, looking at an industry that's male-dominated? Did you ever experience that journey within your journey?
Well, yeah, it was kind of daunting to study engineering. I think Anya, she's also an engineer, so we both had that kind of experience. I was one of 10 girls in my class of over 100.
One of 20. I was one of 20.
One of 20, wow.
Yeah, and even today in our careers, we were one of 3 girls in the engineering team in our old job.
3 engineering chicks at our other company.
Yeah, and then I left, and now they're just 2. You want to say?
No, I mean, it is hard, like finding comfort in yourself and not trying to adjust to how the male engineers function. But yeah, it's worth it.
It's worthwhile, eh? Yeah, and just to close it off, I'd like to ask then, for you guys, what is like the end goal? Like, what is that purpose or dream for you? And I'll ask you as well, like, what still drives you to to keep going and keep pushing in this industry? What is that like for you?
I don't know. I think it's been a passion of mine. I've been shaping my entire life up until this point to try and get into the space industry, looking for jobs that could get me skills to get into this industry. And I just have a love for space. So that's enough for me. Like, I'm so excited to be doing the work that I'm doing because I know it's going to advance space and answer questions about the universe and all that sort of very cool stuff.
No,
so that's
amazing.
What it's for me. Yeah.
100%. And for you, Anya?
I'm a bit different in that regard. For me, it's just about, I love solving problems. I love keeping, I just love writing code and solving problems and being, mentally stimulated. I think it's very important. And if you enjoy what you do, it's a cliche, but, going to work is fun.
A lot easier.
If you enjoy what you do.
I can attest to that. Then, just in final closing, Women's Day, to any other, I know you guys were here, but 2 days ago, the schools who actually came in here to view and everything, and the whole concern was, again, I wonder what the families are going to say to them when they go back home going, Mom, I want to be an astronaut, and knowing obviously the concept of South Africa and maybe people not seeing this industry as one that's maybe viable. So what advice would you guys give maybe to young girls out there who are like yourself, wanting to be astronauts and want to do astronomy and stuff like that? So any advice, maybe a sentence, words of inspiration, motivation, anything that comes to heart?
Don't give up. Don't be scared of pursuing things that are not traditionally for women. So I studied at Stellenbosch, and every open day that I attended, they'd always emphasize, this isn't a man's world. Women belong here too, and it's very true. And even though it's slowly shifting, just don't give up. Do what you want to do.
100%. Thank you. Anything from you?
Learn from people that are older than you and ask them questions because they know a lot.
Love that. Thank you so much, guys. I'm actually a Stellenbosch alumni as well. So but thank you so much, guys. Happy Women's Day. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys, and all the best in your careers. Thank you so much. Cool.
core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Letting it Brad Pitt, legend of the fall, took the year like a bandit. Bought mama a crib and a brand new wagon. Now she hit the grocery shop looking lavish. Star Trek roof in the Wraith the Con. Girls get loose when they hear the song. 100 on the dash, get me close to God. We don't pray for love, we just pray for cause. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table cut from ebony. Cut that ivory into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see the shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. I switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Look what you done. I'm a star boy. Look what you done. I'm a star boy.
Good afternoon. It's 7 minutes after 12 o'clock. Right here on Radio Astro, myself Bainu and Sipro Kazi. You well?
Yes.
I see nobody made us coffee though.
Yes, nobody has made us coffee yet.
Tristan? You know, there's one of the rules of radio, you never ask anybody to make you a cup of coffee. You know why?
Why?
Because they're going to keep on asking you. So you make once. It means they're going to say, like, Bainu, that's what I make for the 7 of us.
You do it once, do it all the time.
You do it all the time, so never ask anybody for coffee. We've also got an amazing guest in our studio today. So we're going to say hi to Charles Takalana. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. I hear you live on this premises.
Yes, I live.
That must be so nice.
It is. I can just roll out of bed into the office.
This is just between the two of us.
Yeah.
You pay to stay. No need to answer.
There's nothing for free out there.
But you know what? It is an amazing venue. For those who don't know, we are at the observatory, in the observatory, which is actually why this town is called observatory, because there's an observatory. Like if there was a train station, they would have called the town train station. But anyway, so we are in the observatory. We are actually in this man's old office. Charles, welcome to Radio Astro. It's nice having you. I've seen you on stage. I've seen you being interviewed. It's the first time I'm meeting you. If I'm correct, please correct me if I'm wrong. You are the Deputy Director of the IAU for Development. Is that correct?
Yeah, for the Office of Astronomy for Development.
Office of Astronomy for Development.
Yeah.
What does that role entail?
So it sort of entails finding ways that we can use astronomy as a tool for development, right? So astronomy is the science that pushes the limits of anything that humans can sort of think of, pushes the limits of technology, pushes the limit of our exploration. So with all of that, there are big massive spin-offs that come out of it, and the sort of thing is to sort of get people to understand what astronomy can do for them as well. Besides just spending a lot of money building big instruments, either taking them to space or building very expensive telescopes. But how can we use all of that, to make their lives better as well?
And getting the message out there, because I'm going to assume that it's a topic or a subject that not many people know of, and I admittedly keep on saying that I don't know. I've learned very much, and I'm learning as I'm going along. How do you get the message out there, especially to kids, rural areas, townships, etc.?
Yeah, so there are various outreach activities. I mean, even with the Office of Astronomy for Development, we try to get the word out there as much as possible, about the work that we do in terms of using astronomy for development. But in my previous role, which was at the African Astronomical Society, we have this huge outreach program that we do. So the African Astronomical Society is Pan-African, and we do have we sort of do outreach activities throughout the continent, through our outreach committee.
Okay.
And that includes reaching on the communities that are, hardly hear about astronomy, and ensuring that they can also be part of, of what's going on in astronomy, and reminding everyone that astronomy is for everyone. We all live under one sky. We are all on the same planet, and it's something, something that we should we sort of all connect to, sort of believe that we are all stardust. And I mean, the field of studying the field of astronomy itself, should give people that greater connection with the cosmos as well.
Yeah.
Oh, great. And we just returned from the GA.
Yeah.
And how was it for you?
I think the GA for me, it was very special, and the reason that it was special was, that obviously that's happening for the first time on the African continent. I've attended a lot of astronomy meetings, in all over the world, but none of them, felt this special, because first they were not in my own home. And when something is happening, I actually feel like, I'm actually part of something. If something happens, all the time, you have to travel for you to experience an event like this. So I always feel like, I always have to put myself, through all of these huge, plane, all these plane trips, whatever the case is. But now it's actually happening. I could actually leave my home every morning and drive to the event. Something that's never happened for, it's happened for a smaller event, but for an event of this scale, it has never happened before. And it was sort of also, very important. And I think, the IU General Assembly for me has been quite a long experience. I started interacting with this event while I was still based at the Department of Science and Innovation. For me, back then it was just an idea on paper that, if you want to host this big, international meeting for the first time on the African continent. And then eventually they won the bid. And I've sort of been involved with people that have been working to plan it since then. And I think what we wanted to share was the spirit of Africa. And I sort of think that we've been able to achieve that, to share the spirit of who we are. I think we sort of reduced astronomy to being human. That is sort of a simple term that
it's just funny you should mention, sorry to cut you there quickly, but it's funny you should mention that, because we spoke to Kevin earlier, and it's one of the things I said when he was here. I said to him, what I liked, and it's obviously my first time, I saw his opening and his closing speeches, and I said what not only I, but everybody in the room, and I'm assuming most of the international guests, I said, was real.
Yeah.
His conversations was real, and he said stuff like, just see all these people. He called all the volunteers on stage, including the RadioAstro staff and whatever, and he said, just look into our eyes and see, these are real, these are people.
Yeah.
And I absolutely like that.
Yeah.
What I want to ask you, just on that, the planning for an event like this, when they tell you you've won the bid, the day they've told you, what happens from then until 2024?
I mean, what sort of happens between then and hosting the event, it's a whole lot of things. The first thing is that you want to get the community support behind you.
Yeah.
And very, very early on, after winning the bid, one of the things that we did was we came back and we said, we bid this for this event as an African bid. So, brought the community together. We had an Astronomy in Africa forum.
Nice.
We said to the community, we're hosting this big event. What do you want Astronomy in Africa to be in 2024? Because this bid was won in 2018. What do you want astronomy to be in 2024 when the world descends on the African shores? And the community then developed this document, which was a vision document, Vision 2024, which said when they wanted astronomy to be on the continent by the time that hosted the event. And it spoke to different things. You wanted to see some improvement in infrastructure. You wanted to see improvement in terms of the outreach activity, so that by the time we have to roll out even outreach activities during the General Assembly, we have built up to it, right? And so the build-up started immediately from there. We wanted to sort of get what people want to be the experience, of the event itself. So, people, astronomers travel a lot, like I said. They've been to all different events. Ask them, well, you've been to all these other events. What do you want different about this one?
Yeah.
And they sort of brought those things to us and said that's how they wanted it to be different. And then the other things, of course, is sort of getting in line, getting a PCO to sort of come and help you and get and to sort of get things done.
Yeah.
To us, it was all really new, uncharted territories, right? Because we used to organize much smaller events, and getting a PCO was sort of new, and getting in line with what the venue requirements are, and what the rule and regulations are, what we can, what we cannot do. And I think that it sort of gave us exposure to what the conferencing world looks like. And what it did to us, it showed us there's areas for us to innovate in what the conferencing space could be. While it was just after winning the bid, we would know that in 2020, 2021, we had the COVID pandemic, for example. That made everyone sort of start using more online platforms. And even going back to work after the work had not been the same anymore. Not everybody wants to travel for a full conference anymore. Some people want to be able to to enjoy a conference from the comfort of their own home. Some cannot travel for reasons like they've got children, whatever the case is. So we said, okay, how can we make this different? So there were three pillars to the event. One is to be impactful, and as the Vision 2024, spoke to that impact that we wanted this event for Africa. Wanted that to be a global impact on the continent. Wanted the event to be accessible. We said, how can you make this event more accessible to people out there? So that included things like, how can you make a really good hybrid event? And I'm sure you would have heard multiple times, Kevin would have also mentioned as well about the TFORM, which is the Future of Meetings. It's a group that we worked with. The group of astronomers that want to make virtual meetings, much more better and accessible. And then, of course, the last one was sustainability. How do we make things sustainable? How do we, you would know, we are facing a climate crisis, for example. How do we make this event, have less of a climate, impact compared to other conferences? So, in the same manner that we brought in TFORM, we brought another group, which are astronomers for Planet Earth, that look at how astronomers can contribute, to addressing these issues of climate change. And therefore, we had not just the community on the African continent, but the global community now coming together to ensuring that we can make this event something that is different and make it something that it speaks to those pillars that I mentioned, especially looking at the accessibility and the sustainability part of it.
Yeah. Before Prakash asked the next question, you mentioned something earlier which kind of just fascinated me, and it made me realize there was COVID.
Yeah.
And at that stage, if you won the bid in 2018, this is in 2024, COVID was slap bang in the middle of that.
Yeah.
How did that affect your planning?
Look,
did you go like it's not going to happen?
The thing is that we would have actually been the people that would have had to organize the COVID conference, because the 2018 bid was not our first one. Okay. We had submitted, the bid before, and South Korea won the bid. Yeah. And the meeting was to be hosted in Busan. I think it was in 2021.
Yes, 2021.
Yeah. It ended up happening in 2022. Okay. In Busan, and there were very heavy COVID restrictions, especially in South Korea. The turnout was also not very, very big.
Of course.
So I think it would have very difficult for us to organize the event. So thank you, South Korea, for winning them. So now we came up to COVID. It made things a whole lot better, but it made it very challenging for us, because we also sort of always had to be thinking in the back of our minds that we should have this sort of pandemic planning.
Yeah, a plan B almost.
A plan B,
hybrids and all those other type of stuff.
So that is why we did things like have hybrid done really well.
Yeah.
Have things like make it open access, but open access was speaking more to the sustainability as well. Right. That you stream the events, that even your mother who doesn't know what you're talking about when you're talking about astronomy, especially with the conference being for the first time in Africa. Yeah. Most people that do astronomy, I mean, like myself, I did astronomy. My mother used to ask me, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Is that the Pisces?
No, exactly. So now they could actually be able to tune in and listen to the kids or to the uncles or the aunts giving a talk at these meetings. You can just imagine the sort of number of generations that we could have inspired with this, and the fact that it actually lives on. It's sort of to say that it actually did happen. On the African continent. I don't think there is any other General Assembly that's been streamed before, but this one is actually streamed and is available for someone to go back and actually see it did actually happen. It was actually here.
Wow.
Yeah.
And were there any takeaways for you from the conference? Something you really enjoyed?
We're talking about food now.
I'm talking about the session and food as well.
Because I'm thinking if it was COVID, they would have scored money on food.
We just scored money on the food, but yeah. Look, I mean, the biggest takeaway is, for us in this meeting is that, astronomy and conferencing can still be innovated. I think if you just put your targets out and you said you want to get things done, you can actually get those things done. And I think the biggest takeaway is that the team behind you makes all the difference. I don't think that we'll be able to pull out a lot of these things without the people that were there. And I think that people are very important. And I think that's always something that, a lot of other people forget about, that, the people are what make things happen. And I think that South Africa, in sort of where we found ourselves, the African continent where we found ourselves, is because we've always put the people first. And I think that we should never lose sight of that, because that is what makes, all the difference in even a meeting this big.
Your team, I know they were volunteers, but I mean, how big more or less are we talking about there?
Well, in the NOC, we're talking about just around 20 members. That's the national organizing committee. We're just around close to 20 members. And then, of course, I was led the African Astronomical Society at the time. The African Astronomical Society then organized became then the event organizer to an agreement with the National Research Foundation. So we had to sort of shift my team from arriving at Astronomical Society meeting to now to now running an event, as huge as this. And I think it was a good time for them to even learn a lot of new skills as well. And we also saw them do things that we never thought that they could do as well. It pushed us as well. It pushed us to sort of see or reimagine the things that we think are possible. So it was really good. And our team at FS, I think we had 5-6 permanent people that are here permanently. Of course, there was a team at the Office of Astronomy for Development as well. 10-15 of them also got involved, and then with the volunteers, I think we had some 50 odd volunteers, that were full time, and we had ambassadors as well. So it's quite a big group. So that's you need a lot of people.
Great. And and you said any sessions that you enjoyed, and anything that maybe when now you look back at things, you're going to look into and say, maybe we should have this enrolled in the next IAUGA.
Sure, geez, sessions I enjoyed. I can't say I enjoyed any session because I was having to run around between sessions all the time. So I think all the ones that I enjoyed, that I actually went into, I actually really like them. So all sides. So no one can say Charles chose our it was better. So much safer. I just think that looking at the next GA, I think looking at some of the much newer sciences that people people are much more interested in would sort of really be great, ensuring that all of that can be put out in what the final meeting looks like. I mean, as an astronomer, you'll always be biased to say what other symposia could have been there, but. Yeah, I think that it was a really good conference, and I just think that Italy just has to bring the spirit. I think the spirit makes all the difference.
And logistically, do you think of thousands and thousands of people coming in and out of those doors, safety issues, all of those type of stuff? Was that easy or fairly easy to manage and maintain, or was it a bit of a slip? And just with that also, because I'm thinking there were, I think, 107 different countries.
Yeah, over 107.
So for them to fly in and stay in hotels and be fed, and this one's halal and this one's kosher, this one's not. I mean, how did that work for you?
Look, I think that luckily we had a very good project manager who sort of ensured that all of that was handled. But we also had to be, like I said, the team that we had looked at each and every single registration to see what the needs of each one of our participants were, and sort of ensuring that you got a good data handling system really helps, because then the data informs what you sort of need to do. And of course, like I said, with having the professional conference organizers being involved, they come into things like what the accommodation, what accommodations options are available. So you should have a good relationship with some of your immediate key stakeholders that sort of deliver, and an event of this scale. And with those relationships, the things then just start falling into place. And as things come up, then you raise it with your stakeholders and ensure that each and every person that's attending the conference is then comfortable. And you should also always be very responsive. I think we're getting hundreds of emails a day, and sort of have to try to and WhatsApp, always have to try to ensure that we could answer them. I know, for example, Kevin had his cell phone number everywhere, and I'm sure that he was getting hundreds of calls and WhatsApp messages a day, whatever the case is. And that's it's a lot of time that sort of has to go into these things. Sleepless nights, there's a lot of sleepless nights, trying to ensure that you've responded to people, especially leading up to the event itself, because now, all the big questions come up, and it also made me feel guilty about being one of the last minute conference participants to most conference. I'm like, this one I put people through, so. So now I know for myself, and I think, encourage people, let's get things done on time.
Is there anything you would have done differently though? In the sense of, obviously there's learning curves and there's things that's happened that you could have changed or whatever. Any of those, or you're completely happy?
Look, there'll always be things that you're not completely happy with, and I think whenever each one of an event is rolled out, you're like, maybe we could have done that better. We could have done that better. But I think that the sort of response that we're getting from people, from the participants in the conference, actually coming to talk to us, saying, "Wow, we really appreciated this," or this was different. We got a lot of really good positive feedback, and I think that positive feedback makes all the difference. To even put off all the doubts that you actually have in your mind to say, "We could have done this better, could have done that better." I don't think nothing can ever be fully perfect, but you can always try to ensure that you deliver the best, and I think that we try to deliver the best, and we sort of hope that everyone welcome the best that we have sort of delivered to them.
Okay. And we saw a lot of school learners. Was that part of the plan?
Yep, that was part of the plan. So we said, like I said, we wanted to have the impact. So you want that to be some learner, many years from now, who will say that it was this IU General Assembly, and I went and I participated in it. And that is how I became an astronomer. You want that sort of. It was exactly. We had NASA, for example, there. Not every day that a child from South Africa can interact with scientists from NASA, whatever the case is. We wanted them to actually be able to have that. We're building this big SK telescope, in South Africa. People are not able to go to sort of Carnarvon whenever they feel like, but now they sort of had. So SKAB, then interact with them, and that's the sort of thing that we really wanted to achieve. It ignites dreams. And I think that where astronomy is today is being through people's dreams being ignited somewhere. Either a child visiting a planetarium at some point, and they say, "I want to study the stars," but now they would have actually been part of the biggest astronomy meeting on the continent to have ever happened. And that would have sparked the interest in the field. So.
Have you had any people come up to you and kind of compare I say our as if I bought it because I'm South African.
Yeah, you were there.
Was anybody comparing, or was there a couple of people comparing IAU in Africa or South Africa compared to the others, or saying you know what, it wasn't as cool as the one in Japan?
No. So the thing that we did get a lot was that most people said that this is the most different IE generals they've ever been to, and they meant it in a really good way. And they said that it's so different, and they were talking mostly about what it's made them feel, and I think that we've sort of been able. It was So I think that summarizes it.
And it's very African. I mean, we are a friendly bunch of people. Well, some of us. And if I may, talking about logistics and getting this thing off the ground or whatever, I'm going to have to ask this question, but funding, is you're scratching your own pocket? Was the own organizations? Was the government get involved? How did that go?
So luckily, we've got a very involved government. I mean, the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa is very invested, as in the field of astronomy. Because astronomy is one of the fields where we've got a geographic advantage, and sort of our biggest support in terms of organizing the event came from the Department of Science and Innovation through the National Research Foundation, who were then the National Research Foundation is the host of the conference. So if we had messed up anywhere else, the National Research Foundation would have had to foot the bill for whoever we had made, all the mess ups.
Calculations.
Exactly. But we also had a lot of big sponsors. I mean, you look at the Simons Foundation, for example. We said we wanted to bring students from across the continent to the conference itself, and Simons Foundation put a very big contribution towards that. You can just imagine. I think I'm now in the process of actually counting the number of flights that we booked for people, and flights booked for people from the African continent alone are almost going in the 200s.
Yes.
Which is quite a large number of people. And luckily I had a team at FS that actually worked on doing that. And I think they did a real fantastic job making sure that each person was attended to in booking their flights and all of that. And of course, we also had to arrange accommodation for some of them because they could because the situation in African countries is different. You sort of have to look at what the needs of each one of them is to ensure that they can participate in the meeting. So I think, we've sort of achieved, really massive things with our sponsors. I think we also had the LSST Discovery Alliance, which also, helped with in terms of the fundraising, for example, to bring more students again, from the continent to come to this event. We've had, the Department of Tourism, Brand South Africa as well came on board. A whole, it's a whole list of them. You can't count all of them here. So if anyone feels left out, I don't need to leave anybody out, but all protocols observed. All protocols observed, exactly.
And I understand that people can still watch the conference online.
Yeah. So it's going to live on forever. YouTube, as long as YouTube is there, the conference will continue to live on.
Here's the $1 million question though.
Yeah.
You've worked so hard, you've prepped logistically, and you've worked behind the scenes, and what do you do now? You just like, Charles. It's all over now, Charles.
We've been working on this thing, for some of us, it's been almost 7 years now. And then not the last day we all looked at one another. I remember I looked at first I went to our finance manager unit and he was like, it's all done now, what do we do? I went up to Kevin, I'm like, Kevin, it's all done, what do we do?
You work, Charles.
Because you always want to sustain, you also want to sustain the sort of momentum that is sort of built with this thing. I mean, it's not a very good experience, even just going out and selling this event to the astronomy world, interacting with the European astronomical societies, attending their meetings, and encouraging them to participate in the General Assembly. We made Social Laws our anthem for the meeting. Every single, we sang the song at the American Astronomical Society meeting. Did it at the European Astronomical Society meeting. We closed with it here. You've sort of done all of that, and you don't want it to all just, not end up anywhere. You want to do something with it. And I think that is where the legacy project of the IU General Assembly now comes in. So, we are looking at various initiatives. So, sort of we've been speaking to the African Astronomical Society before, about, either astronomy hubs on the continent to ensure that, we can sustain the legacy of the General Assembly with those astronomy hubs. And looking at how we can intensify more of the outreach activities and support research groups on the continent. Because we don't want this to be the last General Assembly on the continent. I think South Africa made the case to host this meeting by how far they've come as a country in terms of the astronomy infrastructure they put together. Build the largest telescope in the Southern Hemisphere, build the most powerful radio telescope in the world. They made the case for themselves to hold this meeting. The next thing now is Africa needs to continue with this momentum to ensure that this is not the last time that this happens. And Africa's got a very big potential. I mean, Africa is the youngest, has got the youngest population globally. And this is an opportunity to become a leader in this field of astronomy going forward. Because astronomy is what drives things like your big data fields, pushes the limits of technology. If we can capture, what this event has given us, it could definitely contribute to the way that Africa grows and develops going into the future.
Because that's a lot of grey hairs at the event. So that actually it makes so much sense if you've got a young nation that you build on that. And it's like Rasmus rugby team. You start bringing in Sasha, and to start playing at number 10. Some of the time, 3 games later, he's a professional number 10. You spoke of the outreach programs in Africa and even in South Africa. What does that entail? Is it just, but is it going to schools, or how does this?
It involves a lot of things. So, it involves just going to school, but also ensuring that with every astronomical event that takes place, it is an eclipse, whatever the case is, we ensure that we can maximize the sensitivity of the public towards all of those activities and hope that those can, grow some interest for them to be in the field. I think because will be a way of African Science Transpublication as well. The African Astronomical Society, supports that initiative as well, ensuring that we can get whatever the latest happening in astronomy on the continent, bringing down those big science jargon terms into words that you can understand. Simple, ensure that it's simplified. It also entails how can we work better with planetariums, for example. Outreach committee would work with the African Planetarium Association to see how we can either have more content that speaks to astronomy in Africa, whatever the case is. So it's a it's a whole it's a whole wide range of things. Astronomy education as well. How can we influence the syllabus in terms of having some
Education system,
having some astronomy included. It's a whole lot of things that we have to sort of work around. Yeah.
Okay, and that's very important because we had a conversation about how in our communities we don't know any scientists, we don't know any astronomers, so it's such an important part to add on to it.
Yeah, no, definitely is. Yeah, for example, when I became an astronomer, I never knew anyone about astronomy before, and I think that had I known someone before, probably my choice would have been much easier, right? And I think that one of the other things which we try to do, especially in a community like Africa, it doesn't matter what you look like, but you can become an astronomer because astronomy is truly for everyone. And there's this concept of astronomy for all, and I think that that's something that we try that resonates with most of our astronomy outreach activities as well. Yeah.
I actually made I was thinking about something when you spoke now, which is funny to me. But everybody that I've interviewed and I've spoke to, they've got this, like, don't say that, when I call them intellectuals. Like, is there like a stigma attached to people who are astronomers where they're like, we're just normal people, everybody's smart.
That is the thing that if you
before you answer me, you guys are smart. Like,
but honestly, I will always say the same thing the other guys said. We are just like everyone else.
Yeah.
We are just normal, regular people who are just curious about the universe. We want to study it. We want to know what is going on. We want to know why does everything exist? Why does the apple fall? We just normal people that just ask questions, and I think anyone can ask a question. And if anyone can ask a question, anyone can be an astronomer.
Yeah, and that's basically how it starts. So you just become curious.
Yes, and it's so important to have young people be involved in this field, and I think that's why the conference are so important to just tell them that this can be possible, and it's important to have them also attend it as well.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, the most important thing about conference is to share the information. I think that this conference achieved that. Young people came. They were able to interact with the biggest names they could think of. We even had a Nobel Prize winner who shared his journey towards getting a Nobel Prize. And I think that was very inspiring. And he reminded everyone the same thing I said now, that I'm just a regular guy, right? And I think that is very important because some people would be thinking that I'm not special enough to actually get there. But at the end of the day, it's just being you and being who you are, and you can make and just believing in yourself too. And anything's possible.
Charles, we're gonna have to let you go very soon. And I think my last question, that's because we still have another one, but is the future of astronomy in South Africa on a good footing?
Yeah, I think it is. Look, we're now looking forward to the SKA. Obviously, that's the next big thing. Once that is done, I mean, that's a 50-year project. I mean, it's
50.
Yeah. And it's going to be the biggest science infrastructure globally. I think that that puts the future of astronomy really at a good stage. I mean, you've got the Solar Telescope as well. Still doing good science. It's also going to be one of the go-to telescopes when other big instruments in the world come online, like your semi-large telescopes and your LSST, to do follow-ups from South Africa and contribute to the science globally. So we are already positioned really well, and I think that as astronomers, we are people that are always thinking about how to make things bigger and better and how we can study the universe better. And I think that South Africans will be able to see that opportunity and be able to run with it. And I think that we've proved that we can do most of these things. We could build the biggest telescope. Now we proved that we could organize the biggest astronomy meeting. I think that there's nothing stopping us, and this has made that final grace for us that there is no limit to what the possibilities are.
Great. I don't have any more questions. I think you said it all. Thank you so much for being on the show.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Have a lucky day.
All right.
Somewhere out there, somewhere far away, I want My neighbors think I'm crazy, but they don't understand. You're all I had. You're all I had. At night when the stars light up my room, I sit by myself talking to the moon, trying to get to you. In hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? I'm feeling like I'm famous, the talk of the town. They say I've gone mad, yeah, I've gone mad. But they don't know what I know, 'cause when the sun goes down, someone's talking back. Yeah, they're talking back. Oh, at night when the stars light up my room, I sit by myself talking to the moon, trying to get to you. In hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? Do you ever hear me calling? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause every night I'm talking to the moon, still trying to get to you. In hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? Oh, I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away.
My heart turns my mind into circles as I lie here all alone in my bed. The moon shines brightly through my window, and I wonder if it's true what they say, that there's a man on the moon. I have to choose one or two pretty ladies, and my heart can't tell me what to do. You there out in space, you seem to be so kind, and here on earth I'm out of my mind. Or am I blind? Man on the moon. If there's a man on the moon, can you hear me calling you? Please save me from sharing my love with you. Dear man on the moon, won't you lend me a hand? 'Cause I to me now and forever. Although there's plenty of fish in the sea, be wise for me, man on the moon. If there's a man on the moon, can you hear me calling you? Please save me from sharing my love with two. Dear man on the moon, won't you lend me a hand? 'Cause I can't make my mind up today. Man on the moon, what would you say? Man on the moon, if there's a man on the moon, can you hear me calling you? Please save me from sharing my love with two. Dear man on the moon, won't you lend me a hand? 'Cause I can't make my mind up today. What would you say?
I said, oh my, what a marvelous tune. It was the best night, never would forget how we moved. The whole place was dressed to the nines, and we were dancing, dancing, like we're made of starlight, like we're made of starlight. I'm with Bobby on the boardwalk, summer of 45. Picks me up late one night out the window. We were 17 and crazy, running wild, wild. Can't remember what song
to the car, yeah, every star, every one of them twinkling. Baby, what were you thinking?
Moon and the sky, you'll always know.
We had the moon in the sky above. I gave you my love.
She's taking her time making up the reasons to justify all the hurt inside. Guess she knows from the smiles and the look in their eyes. Everyone's got a theory about the bitter one. They're saying, well, Mama never loved her much, and Daddy never keeps in touch. That's why she shies away from human affection. But somewhere in a private place, she packs a bag for outer space. And now she's waiting for the right kind of pilot to come. And she'll say to me, she's saying, I will fly you to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. I've got a ticket for a world where we belong. So would you be my baby? She can't remember a time when she felt needed. If love was red, then she was colorblind. All her friends, well, they've been tried for treason and crimes that were never defined. She's saying, love is like a barren place, and reaching out for human faith it's like a journey I just don't have a map for. So, baby, gonna take a dive and push shift to overdrive and send a signal that she's hanging all the hopes on the stars. What a pleasant dream. Just saying, I will fly you to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. Got a ticket for a world where we belong. So would you be my baby? Mama never loved her much, and Daddy never keeps in touch. That's why she shies away from human affection. But somewhere in a private place, she packs a bag for outer space. And now she's waiting for the right kind of pilot to come. And she'll say to him, just saying, I will fly you to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. Got a ticket for a world where we belong. So would you be my baby? I will fly you to the moon and back if you'll be blame me for trying. Love, look up there, the stars are all aligned. Now don't you think it's time? Oh, 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 closer to me. I want to feel your breathing permanently. 'Cause darling, I'm not leaving here till I get what I've been waiting for. Some 25 or more, that's all I need. Oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, that would make this night complete. There got to be, oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, fly away with me. Oh, oh, oh. Most of our days so busy running, lost in a maze. We got no time for fun and dreams. But every now and then a dream is real, and this is how it feels. Hey, hey, hey. For once in your life, forget about tomorrow. Tonight is the night. Our worries seem so far away. Hold me in your arms so tenderly. I only want a taste of your sweet, sweet, ooh, oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, that would make this night complete. There have got to be, oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, fly away with me. Oh, fly away with me. This night end. Right now, in your arms is where I need to be. Please, oh, lady, oh, yeah, yeah. Kisses in the moonlight, and you know that I know. Woo!
It's George Benson and Kissing in the Moonlight. What a beautiful song. It's a classic by now. You know, some people say it's not a classic. Others will say it's a classic because it came out, I'm guessing, in the 80s. Oh, what a lovely track. 6 minutes after 1 o'clock, South African time. We are here at Radio Astro. My name is Baidu, my company, and my host is Sipokazi. Are you still good?
Yes, I am.
You are. So we've spoken to a couple of people today. We've played a couple of clips. We've chatted about a couple of things. And we've got a guest that we're going to be chatting to, Sipokazi, and we're going to be finding out more about her, what it is she does, what it is she's busy doing, what's her life about. And I know you've got a couple of questions for her as well.
Yes. Couple of questions on what she does,
yes,
and who she is, and anything she can tell us.
Okay. So the lady's name is Viviana. We're going to be chatting to her. Hopefully she will check now if they have made contact. They have. Viviana, good afternoon. How are you? Viviana, can you hear us? Okay, we just, I'm guessing she probably can hear us, but we can't seem to hear her. We'll just check. Viviana, are you there? Just trying to sort our things out. Technical as usual. Viviana, are you there this good afternoon? I hear sound. Viviana, good afternoon. How are you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. How are you, doctor? Are you well?
Wait, sorry, technical problems as always.
Yeah, you should always press the green button, they say.
Sorry, again?
I said they say you should always press the green button. I think there seems to be.
So the connection probably is not
Yeah, it's not the best. Eh?
very well. So
are you in a safe spot? Are you in a spot where the connection is okay? Could you maybe move around and see how it's doing on your side?
I cannot move more. I listen my echo.
Okay, I think that's okay now. You can hear us perfectly. So, guys, you want to say hi?
Thank you so much, Vivian, and welcome to Radio Astro. I think she's having a bit of a connection issue.
Yeah. Can I suggest maybe, Viviana, if you can hear us, I'm going to see if we can call you back and then we can take it from there. So, Superkazi, I checked on this lady and you know what it is she does, and she does amazing things. She is a Dr. Viviana Gamaldi, and like I always say, you need to double check, is that the correct way to pronunciate or pronounce their surnames? So it's Dr. Viviana Gamaldi, Associate Professor from the Universidad San Pablo. And we'll be finding out all about her. We'll be finding out what it is she does, what she's been saying. One of the first questions that I wanted to know from her is the things that she's doing. It's just very complicated.
Amazing stuff.
You know, and it's things like astrophysics, astroparticle physics, cosmology, and machine learning.
And the amazing universities she's working with.
Yes. So let's quickly see if we can get the doctor back online and if she can hear us. Apologies, everybody. It's technical. This is how it goes. Viviana, I hope you can hear us now.
Yes, I can. Yes. Thank you for the nice introduction. Yeah.
I did some of my research. Are you well, ma'am?
Now I'm in Madrid.
So I've got, it's myself, Baidu, and I've got a lady by the name of Sipokazi. She's going to start with the interview.
Thank you so much, Dr. Viviana, for coming to Radio Astro. We just want to find out a bit about who you are and what you do.
Yes, okay. Thank you for this nice invitation, actually. So, yes, now as you told, I'm on their matter. That's basically my main interesting research topic. I listen some echo. I mean, it's a bit disturbed, but I will just go on. Okay.
Okay.
So, yes. Okay. So maybe it is nice to have an introduction on what is dark matter for the people that don't think very well.
Yes.
So dark matter is a kind of matter of which we know the existence because of gravitational evidences in the universe. So we know that this matter exists and there is somewhere, but we don't know what it's made of.
So there are different kinds of theory about this, and I'm particularly working on a theory in which dark matter is a particle. As you told before, my research topic is between the cosmology, astroparticle physics, astronomy. So in my research field, we assume that the dark matter is a particle, and it is a particle beyond the standard model, where the standard model is the field of particle physics that we know. So all the components of the matter that we can see, that we can experiment in our life, are made of standard model particles. So in this sense, the dark matter should be a particle beyond the standard model, in the sense that we don't know what this matter is done. And so this is the interesting part of this research field. And in particular, what I do is indirect searches for dark matter. This means that I search for dark matter signals from the universe. In fact, if dark matter is a particle, as I just told, these particles can annihilate or decay in astrophysical sources in the halo or galaxies, and they can generate standard model particles and secondary fluxes of cosmic ray, gamma ray, and so on. The secondary fluxes are the ones that we detect on the Earth by means of international collaboration, experiments, and so on. Like MAGIC, CTA, HASH, HAWK. You also have SKA in South Africa. It is also useful to make this kind of search. And indeed, when we take this signal from the space, we know the astrophysical emission that we expect from these sources. And if we get some difference from the astrophysical emission that we expect, we can try to explain these differences with a dark matter signal. So this is what is called indirect searches for dark matter. Probably I forgot to mention that one of the first experimental gravitational evidences for the existence of dark matter, as I told you before, are gravitational evidences. So one of that one is the observation of rotation curve of spiral galaxies. So these galaxies are objects that have like a spiral shape. This is from the name comes from that. And these have a rotation motion. So with a technique that is very similar to, that is called a redshift, but it's very similar to a Doppler effect, we are able to determine the motion of these galaxies. And this motion tells us that in the galaxies there is more matter than the one that we are seeing. So the matter that we see are stars, gas, everything emits a light. And the matter that we cannot see is the dark matter. So also from this kind of observation comes the names of the dark matter. Is this clear?
Well, there's a lot of words there, Doctor. You must understand that I am not the expert, so I'm learning as we are going along. Can you quickly just take 2 steps back and tell us, how do you know, or how do you test for the type of matter when you are sitting on Earth?
Yeah. So the kind of evidences are so far kind of gravitational evidences. So this means that gravitation is the Newton's law of gravity, basically the same law that tells us why an apple falls down in the floor, or why the planet moves around the sun. So this gravitational law is very well known. And it is very well known till the distances, if you want, of the solar system. If we go to higher distances, the Newton's law starts to be not true. This is also true in the general relativity, for example, that is the Einstein theory, that tells us that the mass can introduce a curvature in the space-time, and in this way it can deflect the motion, the way that a light follows, for example, from a source to the observer. So all these kind of observations are indeed related only with gravity. One of the first most important observations was from Vera Rubin. That was a woman that observed the rotation motion of galaxies. Observing this rotation motion, she found that the galaxy moves like there were more matter in them that the one we are observing. So, for example, let's imagine that we observe the motion of a planet, and because of the mass of the sun, we know exactly how this planet So if we observe the motion of a planet and we found some difference, we should say, okay, we should analyze many other aspects before, but if nothing works, we should assume that, for example, there is in the sun more matter than the one that we are assuming.
Oh, wow.
So this is the kind of observation.
Yeah.
And this comes from the fact that in principle we know very well the gravitational law and the Newton law. Then on bigger scale we have other aspects, because if we go to bigger scales, for example, the Newton laws are not enough to explain the gravitational effect. We need to start to think with the Einstein law and general relativity. So then, the Einstein law and general relativity so far, I mean, it's working pretty well. All the hypotheses of observables that have been done in the years have been found and observed. So again, with general relativity, if we observe characteristics of objects that are more distant than a galaxy, for example, a cluster of galaxies, that is a group of galaxies basically, but farther away, we found other observations that again tell us that the mass in this cluster of galaxies is bigger than the one that we observed. So again, we have other evidences of the existence of dark matter, but on other distant scales. And finally, on cosmological scales, we have the observation of the cosmic microwave background. It is like the first light that we can observe from the universe. And again, there are different, very complicated techniques to study the perturbation of this primordial light, if you want. And from this study, again, we get that something in the universe is that we know only the 5% of the matter in the universe, and that the dark matter should represent almost the 27% of the total content of the universe, and the other part that is around the 60% should be another kind of unknown component that is the dark energy.
Oh, wow.
So actually, the point is that we have different observations, different evidences on different distant scales about the existence of the dark matter so far.
And tell me quickly, with this research, like how long a period do you do your research? Obviously, it's ongoing, I understand that. But if you are testing or looking at something and you started it today, do you get your results immediately, A? And then B, over how long a period do you measure these results to come to a conclusion?
No, I mean, the conclusion, I'm not the only person actually working on this kind of research. This is a huge field because, as you told in the introduction, this includes astrophysics, particle physics, cosmology. So there are many thousands, millions of people in the world studying this subject. People at CERN, for example, can research dark matter on the particle physics point of view, indeed on the macroscopic point of view. Then there are cosmologists that can study the gravitational laws, also modifications to these gravitational laws that could explain the evidences for dark matter.
Okay.
Then there are researchers as me that collaborates with these huge experiments that also take data from years, and they collect data for, I don't know, 50 years or 10 years, so then the data is going to be accumulated and given to the theoreticians or phenomenologists like me that use this data in order to try to solve this problem. So I'm particularly studying, from my studying, I studied this topic. Then the topic is already also connected to different research areas, to I don't know, physics of the black holes, cosmology, machine learning, as you told before. So it's a big collaboration and a big effort from many scientists in the world.
Thank you so much, Dr. Viviana. And I just want to find out, you are a professor and a researcher. How did you get into the field?
In my case, it was very easy because when I started to do my studies in physics, I had very clear in my head that my final objective was to be an astrophysicist. So to study the universe and how this works. I was very curious about it. So this is something that comes out when you are a child, no? Very young and you are curious. I was very curious about the sky and the stars, and I didn't understand in that moment how this worked, why there was this shining point in the darkness, and I was curious to learn about this. And then when you start to study, the bachelor in physics and then the master in astrophysics, I started to understand that there were much more. So after the astrophysics, there is the cosmologist one. That is in this moment a very open research field for all these things that we have mentioned. So in my case, it was a kind of I don't know, not very well phrased way, but in some sense it was something automatic for my body and for my feeling. I just follow what I want to do, and that's all. It's not easy, that's all, but that's all.
Yeah, because I was going to say that's obviously not an easy thing to study, to be learning. Do you ever get time to just relax and not do anything, or you always just studying and researching?
No, actually it's not easy at all. Doing research is an art field. You need a lot of passion about the topic.
Yeah.
And but if you have the passion, I think it's I told before, the kind of automatic, because you just follow what you want to do, and you go on because you are curious to discover and to study and to understand that.
Yeah. Are you still there?
Sorry?
Are you still there? You can, yes. And then just one of my final questions, when somebody's asked me about machine learning. What is that all about?
So machine learning is a new kind of technology that actually came out many years ago, almost a century ago, and then was abandoned in some way, and in the last years came out again as an automatized way to analyze data. And this has been introduced again in research, not only in astrophysics but in research fields. And the idea is that the machine learning to be able to determine like hidden patterns in data that we are not able to discover with the normal way to analyze data. So this is a very conservative way if you want to see machine learning, because there are a lot of applications that go out from research and can have a lot of effect on society. It's a very big research field. This is interesting because sometimes we are biased with respect to some data, the analysis that we do. As in machine learning, we hope that can help us to determine, to find this hidden pattern in data, and indeed to find out some discoveries, some important information that we should be not able to determine with the standard, the benchmark way for data analysis, basically.
Great. And the next GA is coming to Italy in 2027. How exciting is this for you?
Oh, that is nothing, of course. I'm from Italy actually, so it's always a pleasure to have this kind of very important event and huge event in our country. Sure.
Dr. Viviana, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you for spending some time with us and answering a few questions. We've learned a lot from you. We hope you're going to have a lovely day. We'll chat to you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for this nice experience. It's a pleasure to be with you. Chatting.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Wow. Dr. Viviana Grimaldi. This lady does not stop when it comes to studies. I mean, she's just studying everything.
Yeah. And I love the passion in her voice when she speaks about the things that she does.
And the research is just too much for me. I just go to the shop and I buy a coffee, and then I come here and then I interview these people.
Yes. I feel like we had so much to learn today.
You know, we did actually. Listen, you're listening to myself, Radio, and Super Kazi. It's 28 minutes after 1 o'clock on Radio Astro. We'll be back after this. It's CCR or Creedence Clearwater Revival, and this one's called Bad Moon Rising. That is what you call a classic. My name is Baidu. I'm with Sipakazi. You're on Radio Astro. It's 13:34, 26 minutes to 2, right here, Central African time, Cape Town, as we are broadcasting from the observatory. And the town, if you don't know, named after the observatory because it's literally an observatory in observatory. So because you're still doing well, you had your 3 or 4th cup of coffee thus far?
Yes, and we've had such an amazing show with the most amazing guests today. So it's been so exciting, and I'm learning so much.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting to chat to Charles Takalana earlier, who was behind the logistics of the IAU General Assembly, and just finding out stories about how they put this all together, and some of the things that happened behind the scenes and the rush jobs. He didn't give away too much. He didn't tell us how they struggled or the issues. He was like, no, that's fine. But yeah.
Yes, and he also gave us a glimpse on what it took to organize such a massive conference that was.
Yeah. Okay, so next we are going to play the second part of that interview that we had with Mae Jemison, who's an astronaut, sorry, and we'll hear what she's got to say, and then we'll come back after that.
Go ahead.
No, I want you to tell me in your words. This is a phenomenal project, but you explain to me what it does. What's its main purpose? What's its aim?
So right now, I lead 100-Year Starship, which is about ensuring that we have the capabilities for human interstellar flight within the next 100 years. Not launch the spaceship and the Starship Enterprise, but have the capabilities.
Yes.
Why the capabilities?
Oh, so what do you mean when you say that? Yes.
That you have the capabilities necessary to go. So in order to do this broadcast now and to stream it, you have to have the microphone, you have to have the ability to translate sound into digital signals, you have to have a way to get those digital signals coming across, you have to have a way of having your guest here, right? You have to have people having receivers at the other end. You have to have the transmission capabilities, whether it's via satellite, whether it's being fiber on the ground. Those are capabilities that have to exist. Not only that, you have to have the capabilities to forge the materials into the microphones, right? Yeah. To create the optical fibers with the glass. So those are capabilities.
All right.
In order to have this broadcast. So we're looking at how do you have the capabilities exist. Let's talk about how going in space nowadays, how people in space nowadays is different than interstellar.
Yes.
So going to the moon is really cool. Going to Mars with people on board would be really cool. I would sit and twiddle my thumbs waiting for that, but it is not interstellar. We've been on Mars before. We've been on the moon, right? Yes, Mars will be a challenge, but we know its address because we've been there before. We know a lot about some of the tech that needs to do. If we wanted to, we can actually send all the meds and all the other things that need to go with you, but you can't do that with interstellar. Let's talk about how far. Our closest neighboring star is Proxima Centauri. It's 4.2 light years away. The distance that light travels in 4.2 years, 25 trillion miles. Light travels from the sun to the earth in 8 minutes, and that's 93 million miles. So it's a difference, 4.2 years. Yeah. Let's put it another way. Voyager, which was a probe that's just left our solar system, and I think it's the coolest thing we've probably done. It has been traveling at over 35,000 miles per hour since 1977. And it just left our solar system. And if it were going toward Alpha Centauri, it would take it 60,000 years, 50 to 60,000 years to get there. So we got to go faster. The difference is amazing. So now all of a sudden we have to have much different technology. Yes. We have to have radical leaps in technology. The first thing is just enough energy to propel something fast enough. And if you're going to have people on board, then you're talking about size and differences that are very much in demand. So you have to feed them, right? But let's just talk about energy. You have to have scales, mass scales of energy that we don't have now. So you're going to have to be able to do fission really well, tearing atoms apart. You have to be able to store that energy and control it and take it on demand safely. You're going to have to do fusion, which powers the sun, where we basically are looking at putting atoms together and taking the energy out. Or you have to do antimatter, and yes, there's antimatter. We don't know how to contain antimatter.
Well, Lucern's working on that, aren't they?
No, there's generating antimatter, but containing it is an engineering problem. You see, there we go.
Yes.
That's how all these pieces
You can't
work
take
together.
a large hadron collider into space.
But when we start to look at that, each one of them is an order of magnitude more than the energy that we use now. And wouldn't that make a big difference on Earth? We're going to have to be talking about food. You're going to have to grow your food in space.
Yes.
And right now, our food, when we grow food, is dependent upon the microbiome in the soil, right? And we're busy destroying the microbiome, and we really don't know a lot about it. But the cool thing is it's it sort of hangs around and it comes back in the soil later because it's sitting somewhere on Earth. What do we take with us to grow our food? How do we process it? What do we do with it? You can talk about clothing. You can go down the line with capabilities. You talk about the navigation techniques, because if you get to going, let's say 10% the speed of light, which is not going to happen anytime soon, not with big things, but if you go 20% the speed of light, then a small navigational error completely takes it away. You're not going to do so. That whole ability, what happens to materials during that? So there are these range of capabilities. Can we put funding in something that's long-term away? How do we keep that energy going? Those are things that are big pieces of this. So when we started 100 Year Starship, I led the team that got the winning proposal from DARPA, and it was called An Inclusive, Audacious Journey Transforms Life Here on Earth and Beyond.
Aha.
Now notice the first word is inclusive,
Yes.
and the second word is audacious. That's what comes from your experiences in life, right? So I know that things have to be, we can't do something like this without including the full range of human talent, skills, and capabilities and experiences, not only ethnicity, gender, and geography, but also disciplines. Right? We can't do it. In fact, we had a tagline, and you can find, we have a T-shirt too with it. Space isn't just for rocket scientists and billionaires, right? You have to be able to tell the story, for example. Why do you want to go? Why do you do this? How does it connect with life here on Earth? So we are determined that every step of the way, it improves life here on Earth, that we connect people to space. So yes, we do that. I have a book here that's like a compilation of our first 10 years, some of the proceedings and some of the papers and the things that we do.
Wow.
But we want to say people need to be connected every step of the way and be a part of it. So we do projects. We work with community colleges, because what happens? Capabilities.
Yes.
Who builds airplanes? It's not the four-year degree engineers.
Exactly.
No, it's not. It's the technicians who build the airplanes, right? So how do we educate? So the science and technology, engineering, that becomes a part of it.
Do you find with 100 Year Starship, for example, sorry, I mean, I know you want to get a question in. I don't mean to monopolize the conversation. But do you find perhaps with a project like this that the longer Earth struggles with its own socio-political, socio-geographical issues, it delays the project further and further? Would it go a bit quicker, is my question really, if we could get our act together here?
So I'm going to go back to the title of the proposal.
Yes.
An inclusive, audacious journey transforms life here on Earth and beyond. So that's part of the transforming of life. How do we learn how to behave with each other? I can talk to you about behaving on a starship, right?
Yeah.
And you won't laugh at me. But if I talk about us behaving here on Earth, you might. But certainly we can take that as a microcosm to think about these things.
Yes.
Right? So how do we promote these radical leaps? And so it's not about Earth getting life, we on Earth getting our act together. It's part of it. It's not waiting for anything.
Okay.
It's how do we help to transform things? How do we make a difference right now? So we have this project where some of our projects are really looking at how do we connect with one another? How do we connect with space? So the secret thing about space that's not so secret is that every group of people around this planet have looked at the stars, figured out movements from thousands of generations before us, right? What's above us connects us. How do we use space as one of those connectors, right? Those are some of the pieces that we look at. So it's not just a straight path, right?
Yes.
It's not about, oh, I got to wait for them to get their act together. I'd be
Yeah.
waiting forever. I wouldn't even be here talking to you
Exactly.
if we're waiting. But how do we bring this to fruition? We've worked globally with people. We've worked in people around the world from the very start of this program.
Isn't it harder though if, say, there's geopolitical tensions between, I don't know, America and Russia, or Israel and whomever else? If those tensions keep existing, then you can't really work with a peer in that space because it's
well, artists work with folks in those spaces, don't they?
sometimes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And what says that this isn't like artists and the creativity and the science and the engineering? Now, there's some rules and things like that. You have to, you can't get around and stuff. But I think the idea of space is really there. Can we say hashtag Earthlings? Right? Hashtag Team Earthlings.
Yes.
Those are some of the promises of it. And I think, and again, what we do, we've had public symposia since we started, where we bring in people from all different kinds of disciplines. We'd go deep subject matter experts as well as lay people, and they get together and talk and discuss things, and we work on programs. But what did we do? We had held those programs in the U.S., even though we've worked with people and we've gone to Europe, we've gone to other places. But we decided to hold, for our 10th year anniversary, our most important symposium. We changed the name of it to Nexus, and we held it in Nairobi in 2023, and it was called Nexus Nairobi, When Space, Purpose, and Culture Collide. And it was really about how do you take all these pieces into context. And we've always done that, but we want to bring this forward. It needs to be something that we think about, and we want to invite everybody there.
Yeah.
We also do crucibles where we work on problems that are, really require radical leaps, where you have to start new disciplines. And a lot of those are going to be in the quote unquote social sciences. It's going to be in the economics. Are we going to be able to do our economics? Let me ask another question. Let me put it this way. Can economics be done the same way all the time and get a good result? Are the way we do economics and we measure and value things and we trade our goods and services, is it really doing a good job with this planet right now?
For some.
No,
for some
overall.
at the top. But as a whole, no, I suppose.
But is it even doing it good for some? Is it this whole belief that we're going to be able to escape and go to Mars, and we're going to go to live, and we're going to terraform Mars, and rich folks are going to be able to go to Mars and live?
Yeah.
I call bull Twinkie on that.
Are you serious? So you're not really... I was about to ask you, because, you call it 100-year Starship. Starship, we know where that comes from, presumably.
No,
and
you
there's
do
other,
you?
There's this other plan to,
Do you?
to
No,
colonize
go back.
Mars.
Go back
So
to Starship.
The
Go back. No.
The starships are named by a certain...
That
eccentric-
was not his. He didn't have a damn thing to do with the initial Starship,
Yeah.
right? Starship Enterprise existed before him. The
here
term
we go.
Starship.
Here we go.
But no, that's not mine. That
So
came
you
out
and
with
him
DARPA.
are not on the same page about the whole Martian colony
So
thing.
let me just go. The Martian colony is different from everybody can go to Mars and live after we destroy the Earth's ecosystem that supports our life form.
Okay.
That is not a true statement.
All
I
right.
do not believe. I think we can, that I certainly believe that we can go to Mars, whether we're going to be able to actively terraform it so that it supplies our life form. We haven't been able to support this. We've been working the systems that we use now have been damaging this incredible planet that we live on now, so that it might not support our life form.
All right.
You didn't ask me the most important question about my space flight, was not how it felt, but what revelation that I might have had.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And that revelation is that the Earth will be here. This planet that provides us with everything we need. It will be here.
Real.
But we may not be here. You see, we have this misconception that the Earth needs us or some kind of way we're outside of the Earth. But the very bacteria in our guts that help us, absorb our food and break down food come from this planet, right? And we can't survive without them. The very bacteria that break down like nitrogen and help to do the nitrogen cycle in the ground, we can't survive without it. We're gonna have to take enough of this planet with us anywhere we go. And let me just give you another clue. For generations to come, the vast majority of humans will be living on this planet. So don't take that, oh, well, we're going to save some people and which genetic stock, who are we going to take there? We should not get confused.
In all fairness, your missions do have some parallels though. I mean, you are preparing us for interplanetary or interstellar travel. And what Elon Musk is saying, we keep on avoiding saying his name, is that we must become multi-planetary species.
Let's just stop and say this stuff didn't start with Elon Musk. This is the reason why I want to ask you guys not to just start and just stay in one place, because that decreases the scope of the conversation. When you talked about, you were really excited that I was a so-called serious scientist who actually liked science fiction. Arthur C. Clarke was a serious scientist who wrote science fiction. Isaac Asimov. You can go down the line. You can say Aldous Huxley. There are a lot of people who do that. So it's not just confined. So let's just stop there. And
I think for our context,
but
it's
not
important to clarify though.
But I am clarifying. That's what I want to do, because I think we've gotten so constrained where we assume that there's only one group of people who are going to come up with the solutions. Remember, I said in 2012, this isn't recently, in 2012, when we first started doing 100-Year Starship, our motto was, space isn't just for rocket scientists and billionaires, because we could see that people were guided thinking that there's only certain people who can be involved with this. Space will reach its full potential when it's used by and other people have access to it. Remote sensing, we can look down at the Earth and we can figure out things about crops, right? About disease transmission, for example, malarial mosquitoes occupy certain habitats. They need certain humidity. So we can even prognosticate on the transmission effects if we're looking at habitat. Of the same thing with schistosomiasis and other diseases. We can look at the Earth and we can do mapping much better from space. We can look at materials that we use. So here's where the piece comes. By pursuing the extraordinary tomorrow, trying to put that in place, we can create a better world today, because we can look at the materials that we have. We have to have different materials available, and we can then use those here on Earth to do things. Remember those capabilities? We get the fibers.
Cause now again I found myself so far down, away from the sun that shines into the darkest place. I'm so far down, away from the sun again, away from the sun again. I'm tired of living in the dark. Can anyone see me down here? sun that shines into the darkest place. I'm so far down, away from the sun that shines to light the way for me to find my way back into the arms that care about the ones like me. I'm so far down, away from the sun again. Oh no, yeah, oh no. It's down in there. I've got to make this life make sense, and now I can't tell what I've done. And now again I found myself so far down, away from the sun that shines to light the way for me. 'Cause now again I found myself so far down, away from the sun that shines into the darkest place. I'm so far down, away from the sun that shines to light the way for me to find my way back into the arms that care about the ones like me. I'm so far down, away from the sun again. Oh no, yeah, I'm
I've been dreaming friendly faces. I've got so much time to kill. Just imagine people laughing. I know someday we will. And even if it's far away, get me through another day. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine. From a distance, all these mountains are just some tiny hills. Wildflowers, they keep living high. Oh, they're just there and still. I've been missing yesterday, but what if there's a better place? Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine. La la la, la la la. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine.
Starry, starry night. Paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills. Sketch the trees and the daffodils. catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. Starry, starry night, flaming flowers that brightly blaze, swirling clouds in violet haze, reflect in Vincent's eyes of china blue, colors changing hue. Morning fields of amber grain, weathered faces lined in pain, are soothed beneath the artist's loving hand. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now, for they could not love you, but still your love was true. And when no hope was left inside on that starry, starry night, you took your life as lovers often do. But I could have told you, Vincent, this world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. Starry, starry night, portraits hung in empty halls, frameless heads on nameless walls, with eyes that watch the world and can't forget, like the strangers that you've met, the ragged men in ragged clothes, a silver thorn, a bloody rose, lie crushed and broken on the virgin snow. Now I think I know what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they're not listening still. Perhaps they never
It's Radio Astro. What a beautiful song. One's called Vincent by Don McLean. You know the guy behind the song American Pie, Superkazi. You don't ask me to sing because I can't sing. But I do know that Madonna covered that song. Bye Bye Miss American Pie.
I love Madonna and I love her music as well. But I don't know the song, but it sounds amazing.
Yeah, there's lots of history behind that artist. And just a by, I actually saw Madonna perform live at Old School in Hyderabad. Oh, it was amazing.
I'm very jealous.
Listen, you're live here at Radio Astro. It's 3 minutes after 2 o'clock. Oh, what's the time? It's after 2 o'clock. Yes, that's South African time. And my name is Baby. With me is Sipukazi. Are you ready to introduce our next guest? Let's see if we can get hold of Dorothy. Dorothy.
Yes.
How are you, ma'am?
I am fine, thank you. How about you?
We are well, thank you very much. There's more than two of us in the studio because there are people running around. Some are washing the dishes, some are cleaning the floors, but myself and Sipokazi are in the studio. You said you were doing well. Sipokazi, you want to say hi?
Hi, Dorothy, how are you?
Hi, I am fine, thank you. How about you?
Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for talking to us today. And we want to find out a bit about you and how did you get into physics and your background and what you do.
Pardon?
Dorothy, can you hear
Are you able to hear me clearly?
we can hear you. Can you hear us? Dorothy, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, now I can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. And we want to find out how did you get into the field and how did you become a professor in the field?
Oh, I'm not yet a professor. I'm still a PhD student. But yeah, probably getting there in time. Yeah, so I'm not yet a professor, but on my way there one day, one time, and God willing, I'll get there. I'm currently a PhD research scholar in my second year. Yes, but alongside being a... Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please continue, Dorothy.
Okay, so I'm saying I'm currently a PhD student, and as one of the requirements in my university, as a PhD student, you're required to take some courses, to teach some courses in the undergraduate. So yeah, that's my duty.
Okay. And maybe some background about where you're from, where you were born, and where you are at the moment in time.
Okay. Yes. So I am from, my origin country is Kenya. So I'm from a small village on the eastern part of Kenya. I was born and raised there in the village. I went to... Can I request if you... I'm hearing some echo.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I
can... I'm hearing myself.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can make something a bit softer. Just give me 1 second. Okay, you can check now. Does that help?
No, right now it's okay.
Okay.
It's a bit of, but it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, I'm from Kenya. So I was born in a small village on the eastern part of the country, Kenya. I grew up there, went to school there. So during my high school is when I moved to a different province.
Yeah.
I started there, and then for my university, my campus undergraduate is when I moved to the city now, where I did my undergraduate, my master's, and where I'm doing my PhD at the University of Nairobi, Kenya.
Okay.
So currently I'm in India, where I'm under a scholarship that funded me to come and do my research work from India while I'm still registered in my country, Kenya.
Oh, wow. And how long have you been in India now?
Pardon?
How long have you been in India now?
I've been in India for 1 year, 7 months now. 1 year, 7 months.
And how are you finding that country? Is it something that's completely different to where you grew up?
Completely different. Yeah, everything is almost different, from the weather, the climate is different. The people, the food, the culture is different, but it's just an amazing experience getting to interact with people who are completely different from you. The cultures are different. The weather is different. Like, it's so much fun coming to a place where I can see days are shorter than the night.
Yeah.
I've been used to having the sun rising up from 6 and setting at 6 because we are on the equator.
Wow.
Now coming here,
Wow.
the sun rises at 4.
What?
The sun rises.
and just culturally though, I mean, that must be a huge sort of a shock or a difference compared to what you were used to.
Yes, and that was completely different.
And food and things like that, are you a fan of it? Was it not your type?
Yeah, the food is also different. It was also different because I am not used to extremely spicy food. But having come here,
Yeah.
I had to adapt to the spicy food, like everything from breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything is spicy. So,
yes.
And also eat it. having to eat, be conditioned to eat rice every day and like our culture.
But I'm sure you must be. But I'm sure you must be enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying right now.
Yes, and then you said your research is in observational astrophysics. Can you tell us a bit about what is that?
Yes, so my research is on observational astrophysics. So astrophysics basically involves the study of the universal and the bodies. So you can either do this studying of the universe in either theoretical, where you don't need to have any data, so you deal with modeling and math calculations. You can do computational, you do simulation, or you can do observational, like the one that I'm doing, which involves going to take data using a telescope and then you analyze the data. So mine involves that part of using telescopes to observe the stars and then analyzing that data to get the physics behind their behavior.
I've always wondered, Dorothy, with these modern telescopes, does it just zoom in itself, or do you physically, like the old ones, have to put your eye in there and look at the night sky and find a star?
Yeah, no, you don't look at it. It's computerized.
Ah.
So, yes. So basically, you observe in a clear night sky. So most of the times the nights are very cold. So you cannot stay in the cold night to observe. So they have connected the telescope like on rooftops.
Yeah.
And then there's an observation room that is downstairs. Conditions are a bit better. So from there, it's when you observe from the computer monitor is where you observe, like, is the telescope pointing to the object that you want to observe or not. If it is not, you change the coordinates so that it can point to the object.
Yeah, because I was just wondering, there's a hell of a lot of stars out there for you to keep on peeping with your eye. So because
yes.
You need to store that. That data needs to be stored, right? You cannot store it.
Yeah.
And when did you find your passion in physics?
When did I find my
passion in physics?
Because I did not know what physics was at that time. So my mom told that she was a mathematics and physics teacher. But at that time I was not understanding what is physics. I just knew she is a teacher. So I never been told to tell her to show her what assignments to do. Then show her that she would help us do the math assignments and the science assignments. So we started to teach us, and then I was interested in this science thing. So when I joined high school, because she was an high school teacher, whenever I would close school and come home, she would teach me the physics. So that is when I was like, oh wow, it sounds interesting. When my mom was teaching me, that is how I got interested in it.
And I know for a fact that you are trying to push girls and women to get into. Hey, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear us? Dorothy, are you there?
Hello?
Dorothy, can you hear us, Dorothy? Hello?
Hello?
Dorothy, can you hear us?
Did they
You are very faint. You are very soft.
I think she's having some technical connections.
Yeah, let's maybe try and get her back on the call. Do you know what's because what I want?
Okay. Now I can hear you.
There you go. Did you go to the
I've seen
bathroom
the
while you were on
problem.
the phone, Dorothy?
Pardon?
Did you go to the bathroom while you were on the phone with us, or?
No, I've actually known the phone connected itself to the Bluetooth, so I lost the audio. Yes, I lost the audio.
No problem. I thought maybe it was on our side. Just to quickly recap the question that I asked. Obviously, it's Women's Month, especially in South Africa, and I would assume that you are very passionate about getting your job and what you do out to girls and women in the world. Is that something that you are keen on doing?
Oh, in motivating girls, yeah, really. I'm really passionate about one time that I can really how do I say, make an impact or an influence to the girls, especially the ones from the village, because I'm from the village. And most of the time, when we don't get exposed or we don't get people to mentor the village girls, we tend to lose track of our life.
Yeah.
So I look forward to that time when I can impact at least one girl at a time and tell them that even if you're in village, that does not mean it's the end of everything. We just mentor them, encourage them to just put more effort in their studies, because the future is bright for everyone, provided you don't give up and you don't lose focus. That's something I'm passionate.
Sorry, Dorothy, would you go to schools and to have a chat with girls, or how does that work? I'm just kind of curious to see how you would get the word out there.
Yes. Basically going to schools, and especially like the primary schools and maybe the high schools as well. So I've been I've gone to several high schools. I've never gone to a primary school, but right now it's when I'm starting to think, okay, the main foundation is in the primary school, so maybe I should also be incorporating going to the primary schools and also telling them that, okay, I'm also a girl. So don't feel like inferior because you are a girl, like you may think that you can't achieve anything. So just to motivate them and talk to them like that.
Wow.
Yes, great. And it's very important to empower women in the field. And what do you think that we can do as maybe the African continent to advance science and make it accessible to everyone?
Probably what I would say is explaining the concepts in the most simple way. I think the major issue that comes with people running away from it is because it's explained in complex forms or in complex terms, such that people run away from it because they're like, I can't understand those complex terms. So if we would simplify them to the most simplest kinds of explanation, to the most simplest terms, such that even a 10-year-old kid can understand what is science and the importance of it to the society, like also in fields which can help, like medicine and everything, to show them that it's related to our everyday life. I think that would be way much better, simplifying everything.
Dorothy, and just in Kenya itself, is the infrastructure strong enough to both teach youngsters to get into astronomy and that field, as well as the buildings and associations and organizations that deal with astronomy? Is that all strong and set up, or is it still a business in progress?
Pardon?
Can you hear me?
Yes, kindly pardon.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking, in Kenya, is astronomy strong?
No, it's actually a field that is developing. We are still building the basics of it. Yeah, it's a field that is not yet much explored.
And places to study to get into it? I mean, how did you get your studies? Because obviously you're overseas at the moment. How did you start getting into it? Are there organizations and tertiary institutions that teach you these things?
Oh, yes. In my university, at the University of Nairobi, we have one lecturer who was teaching Actually, he was not even teaching anything related to astrophysics, but when we joined and he was asking us what would we like to do for my master's level, at master's level, not at undergraduate, then he was asking us, what would you like to do? Then we were telling him, this is what we'd like to do. Me, I told him I want to do anything related to weather, because I was thinking in terms of meteorology and things to do with climate change.
Yeah.
Then is when you advised us to take a course in physics of the sun and like that. So with that, he's the one who actually taught us. That is when I was like, okay, wow, I'm really curious to know more about this, because that is when I knew, okay, the sun is actually a star, and these stars are really interesting. So that is how I got curious to know about stars and astrophysics. And then after my master's, I got he saw this application or the call for fellowships, for PhD fellowships. Then we tried it, and that is how I found myself now completely into astrophysics.
Wow.
Wow, exciting.
Yes.
And then you did mention that you do want to empower women in the STEM fields. And which is very important. Actually, in South Africa right now, it's National Women's Month. And we just had the GA, and it was had also in Women's Month. And it's so amazing to see women like you teaching and promoting science and promoting the field.
Thank you.
And then what on your research and in what you teach, what else are you working on towards that?
What I teach, basically what I'm working on. So do I talk about like the research that I'm working on, the basics?
Yes.
Yeah, so my work is basically on looking at the atmospheric properties of certain kinds of stars, which we call very low mass stars and brown dwarfs. So what this is basically, you see, like the star, the sun, our own sun is a star. So there are many stars out there which are, they are all different, because when we look at the night sky, we see those stars having different lights, different, others twinkle differently, meaning that these stars they are all different. It's like human beings. We are all different, the same way to stars. And these stars, they have different ages. They are young stars, they are old stars. So my work is basically focused on the low mass stars, which have low mass, and brown dwarfs are basically stars that were forming, but they died before they formed. So looking at their environment, like for example, when we talk of the environment of the sun, we can say like the environment of the sun composes of the area where the planets are. So that case, we also do it, try to exploit from the other stars. So that is how my work basically involves that. And what I teach any course related to astrophysics at my university.
And the people you teach, are they enjoying it? Are they seeming to enjoy it, or do they find it a bit difficult to get into the subject?
No, they are really seeming to enjoy it, because that's what I would say, because sometimes I try to teach it in the most simplest way to explain to them, so in a way that is relatable. Like there is a course that I teach that is called stellar evolution. So stellar evolution is how the stars evolve from when they are formed to until they die. So I teach them that, relating it to how humans evolve also from when they are born to when they die. So with comparing both of them hand in hand, I make it more relatable to them and make them have the curiosity of wanting to know about these objects.
Okay. And then just as an African, do you think Africa is strong enough? Do you think Africa is heading in the right direction as a union, as a united front when it comes to astronomy and astrophysics?
Yeah, I think we are headed to the right direction, really, because like with the invention of the telescopes that we have already in South Africa and others in Namibia, and the SKA project that is planned, that will be put in different countries in Africa, and also the upcoming organizations that are dealing with astrophysics in African countries, and many summer schools that are taking place. I think we are making this astrophysics known to many. We are heading to a good direction.
Yeah. And you think we're going to be leaving Earth soon to be staying on another planet, or are we still happy here?
Yeah, we may leave, but we need to really first look into the environment there so that we don't go and suffocate there, or we find that the climate there we can't survive. We need to really do a lot of analysis and see, okay, this is now suitable, where there is enough water, there is enough oxygen, there is enough, everything is balanced, good atmosphere.
Yeah. And I think we must also come up with our own rules before we get there. No, no racism, no stealing. Everything must be equal. Don't pollute the ground. Don't pollute the water. We must laugh and smile and help one another before. Otherwise, we're going to just take the same problems here. We're going to take it to another planet. Dorothy, we're going to have to let you go very, very soon. Just one of my final questions is, if you have a vision for astronomy in Kenya, South Africa, and Africa, what would that vision be? What do you foresee for us as an African continent moving forward to do in this world?
In relation to astrophysics?
Yeah.
I would say in terms of getting to a point where at least every African country has at least an access to telescope, even if it's the most basic telescope, that where we can be showing or teaching it to the students with them without teaching them in books only, but where they can go and see, okay, this is actually a telescope, this is what it does. You explain to them what is its importance to the society, to the community, and to everyone. Yeah, I would like to see that time that comes, and where African countries, we are at a point where we can access basic telescopes at least in every country to make astrophysics known and appreciated.
Yeah. Dorothy, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure chatting to you right here at Radio Astro. From my side, babe, you have yourself a lovely day, and hopefully we'll chat to you soon.
And thank you so much for joining us on our show.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited and I'm humbled and honored to be part of this show.
Dorothy, have yourself a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
Bye. Dorothy Musio, who was born in Kenya and is currently finding herself in India, which is quite interesting. I mean, can you just imagine that culture clash? I mean, she spoke about the strong foods and the rice every day. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the world is about. It's just full of different people, learning from people, experiencing their cultures and their traditions. And for me, obviously, most importantly, it's just the respect. Just respect what they are used to and what they're doing. But what a unique story. Thank you so much, Dorothy.
Dorothy is a researcher in physics, and she was just speaking to us about what she does and her time in India and what she sees. And she's very passionate about advancing women and putting women, promoting STEM and making sure that females and are part of it and are making way in the field.
Cool. So, guys, I'm invited with you here until 3 o'clock. We've got about 32 more minutes left. We're going to play some music and then we come back right after this.
Before you decide, or before I know what it Something is sweeter, 'cause we met along the way. We'll walk by night, we'll fly by day, moonlighting strangers who just met on the way, who just met on the way, who just met on the way.
Welcome back to Radio Astro, and I hope you're enjoying the show so far. We just spoke to Dorothy, and it was such an engaging conversation there, speaking to us in India.
From Kenya, all the way from Kenya, moving up into India. I wonder if she's had a bunny child. You know, I've never had a bunny child though.
I've been to Durban and I've had it.
Because I always think to myself, I'm going to go to Durban to get, like when I first went, I'm going to go there and I'm definitely going to have a bunny child. And I've went so many times and I still haven't had a bunny.
I think that's the one place you can get the most authentic one.
Yeah, good grief. Anyway, but it's been a good show today. We've
Yes.
spoken to many people.
We've learned so much, and there's still more people to speak to as Radio Astro continues. We're back again next week.
Yes.
Same time.
Mondays and
Thursdays every week. And I believe we're about to play Mae Jemison.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we played two parts of Mae Jemison, and this is going to be the third part. It was a conversation that happened with Bobby and one of the students at Bridge for Music, I think it was in Michelin. And they just chatted to her and they found out about this amazing human being. So let's press the button and see what happens here.
How many books have you wrote? Because I can hear the way that she speak. It's like you're giving us some.
From my life, because people were always asking me, you know, they would tell me, could you sign this for my son or daughter, and tell them, basically I wanted to say, you know, study hard and do what your parents told you to do. And like I had to say, you know, to tell the truth, some of the things, my behavior, like some people might not have been really excited about it. Again, I chose my parents well because they, you know, they worked with me. But I wrote that, and I've done some other things, some books around space exploration for children, and then we do a lot of these books which are editing things and lots of other reports and stuff like that. But those are the really pieces that we really want to do. I do a lot of speaking, and let me just go back to, I'm going to go back and pull some things together. You know, it's exposure and experience and expectations that make a difference in people's lives. You know, what do you see? You know, what do you get to experience? Our experiences, both good and bad, can help us be better, or they can hold us back. And also opportunities. What opportunities are people given to develop their potential and their talents? And if we want to go back to the whole thing about space exploration and commercial space, is what we often forget is that a lot of the commercial guys, it's based on space exploration that we've already done low Earth orbit. We know how to do low Earth orbit, right? And we learned how to do low Earth orbit in the 60s. And we've continued to do that. So a lot of that, and especially some of the initial work with these crew and with SpaceX, NASA funded it, right? There was a call to get commercial crew development. NASA funded it. And then and I'm not saying that these organizations didn't do some more development work, but the vertical landing was also something that was on NASA's shelf already, that they, you know, put on both to Blue Origin, and it was around. And so we can't forget that we as society, as people, as everyday taxpayers and people working day to day, are responsible for that. And so I think we give away our power and our strength when we say, here are the people who are going to solve the problem. That's not going to happen. And if we think that we're going to, you know, save human society by letting this planet go to hell, and then maybe 500 of us can go to Mars and terraform it and create the new Eden, I think we're sadly mistaken. It's a nice dream, but I think it's really about how do we use all the resources we have to do a better job here.
Will we leave the Milky Way in the 100-year timeline?
So we just got really way Milky. The galaxy is a completely another thing, right?
Well, we'll be going to study this then.
The galaxy is I can't even do the magnitudes more difficult than it is with interstellar, right? So the distances are even more
mind-boggling.
Yeah, they're very different. So let me just do Interstellar. You see, Interstellar, we feel comfortable with it because we see it in science fiction, right? But to most technical communities, when this whole thing with 100-Year Starship came out, which, by the way, was a name DARPA had given it, and again, people talked about starships before.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
When it came out, this was woo-woo. That's a technical term, right? It wasn't something you weren't seriously talking about interstellar, and especially with humans involved.
Yeah.
Right? And so a part of what I had to do was actually start to socialize that this was not crazy to think about. You know, by pursuing an extraordinary tomorrow, we create a better world today.
Yep.
By trying something we don't know how to do, by looking at those radical leaps. And one of the things, again, is to connect people around the world. Or connect people with space. And one of the things we did was to create a project called Look Up. Right? Because people like space, right?
Yeah,
they look at the sides.
Is that borrowed from Don't Look Up?
No, Don't Look Up came out afterwards, and you're very cheeky right now, aren't you? And everybody might know one to Look Up. No, but Look Up. No, we started that in 2008. We had our first thing in 2018. We created something called a Skyfie app, Sky Selfie. And what do you hope, think, dream, feel, wonder? Want to offer when you look up at the sky? How does it make it feel?
Yeah.
And what the app does is it allowed people to create a video, audio, photo, or text, upload it, and it's uploaded automatically to a GIS globe, Geographic Information System globe, with time tagged and geospatially tagged information so that it shows where this generated from and the time period it was generated, and people around the globe can see it, and they can spin the globe around and see it anytime
That's phenomenal.
that they want.
That really, truly is phenomenal. Wow. I see you need to just take a bit of a gulp there. But and it's available. We can download
what we're
it?
going to do, it's available, you can download it, but I'm sorry, what we're working on doing is to create another day, because we did it one day, because the time is like, let's just do it one day and look up and think about who we are and how we connect. And so we're talking about how do we make that happen again, to be able to connect with people around the world, because I think that's what we're missing. If we're looking at behavior and we're looking at global behavior, because some kind of way we don't think what we do on this side of the globe affects the weather and the things on the other side of the globe. Or we forget that we're occupying this world with each other. But we really want to do those things that connect people. We have, you like science fiction?
Yes.
We do an award called the Canopus Awards for excellence in interstellar writing, both fictional and non-fictional.
Oh, wow, okay.
Then the Canopus is named after...
No. Rings a vague bell in the back of my head.
Okay, here we go. We're going to look at our logo. That's the 100-Year Stars logo. It's actually a constellation that has Canopus in it. Canopus is the second brightest star in the sky.
Yes, after Sirius.
And it would be brighter than Sirius if it wasn't so far away.
Are you serious?
I'm serious about Sirius, yes. But Canopus is... But the interesting thing for me, when we're trying to find something that was a star that we could use, or something that would connect us, we wanted to be connected with the past, the present, and the future.
Yes.
So Canopus is the planting star, and it was used in East Africa, it was used in Southern Africa by groups that would look and say, here's a planting season. This is when it starts to come up over the sky.
See.
Yeah,
Right.
and then it also, it was called the... it was very auspicious star, the Old Man Star in China. It's used for navigation along with the North Star. It's been used for navigation for years.
But now it's also used for navigation for deep space probes.
Oh, wow.
Because it's so bright and it's so far away in our stellar galaxy.
Oh, wow.
But it's so far away that it's a steady influence. So they use the sun and that star for navigation. And let's go a little bit further since you like science fiction. Know the planet Dune and the
Yes.
planet Arrakis, the book Dune, the planet
Yes.
Arrakis. Arrakis circles Canopus. So for us, it was this continuation of that. And I bring that up because, again, our award is called the Canopus Award
Yeah.
for Excellence in Interstellar Writing. And that excellence that we're looking for embodies our ideals, which are inclusion. It includes being, having a strength in various disciplines. It includes being connecting and being transdisciplinary. It includes flexibility. It includes audaciousness. It includes reality checks, because reality checks are needed all the way around.
You're being so terribly kind and so gracious with your time, and I do appreciate it. I want to wind down because I know your team has got to get you to other places. I want to ask you one more fairly serious question about women in Africa. It's Women's Day here in South Africa tomorrow. I always worry that we are, or countries as a whole, or as you point out, individuals tend to race on ahead. And I always have a slight concern that Africa will get left behind with the space race. It's kind of picking up in my view, observing it from a distance. Everybody's trying to get to the moon, get to Mars and all these things. And I don't hear enough about Africa's involvement as a continent and about women's involvement as a whole. So I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about those two things.
So, women are involved,
Okay.
and women were involved in space exploration from the Apollo days, right? You saw Hidden Figures,
yeah.
but not only that, but they're just all throughout space exploration.
All right.
We've been involved, even though people tried to keep us involved. The thing that I'll say about women is their incredible resilience, our incredible ability to do multiple things at once. And even though we're left out, we do things in spite of, right? What I hope and why I'm here and I want to talk about things is because I want to say if people need permission to participate, channel me. I'm cool with it, right? I will give you permission. It's okay to participate. And it's okay to set the stage, which is the reason I wanted to talk about 100 Year Starship.
Yes.
Because when I led the team that won that award, there weren't very many women. You wouldn't have thought that it would be me that won the award that was open for space exploration in interstellar that was done from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. But it was by having the confidence and the ability and saying, I'm going to take all these experiences I've done and I'm going to put them in the forefront and I'm going to take the risk that it makes a decision. I think that we won't get left behind if we assert our right to participate and lead. Very frequently, people want girls to be shy and reticent and ask for permission. And I say, you don't need permission, give yourself permission. And if I can, and every day you have to do that. What I'll end with is empowerment. People always talk about empowerment and how do you empower someone in a position. I think of empowerment a little bit differently. I think of it as something that we have to do ourselves. To be empowered, first of all, you have to believe, you have to know that you have a right to be there, that you have a right to participate. If you don't do that, it doesn't matter what position you have, you won't do anything with it. Then, and by the way, people, they didn't notice, you didn't slip in, and folks know you're in, so you don't have to lay low, so they don't pay any attention to you because they know you're there. The other thing is that you have to believe that you have something to contribute, right? Because if you don't believe you have something to contribute, you're still going to sit there and not use anything. In any position you have a right to be there, you have something to contribute. And then finally, you have to risk making that contribution. So frequently, we're afraid that someone may laugh at us. We may not get it 100% right. Women, sometimes we want to have the answer like, if not 99% correct, at least 90%, right? Guys, what do? Like, hey, 50 is a good day, right? So we have to risk making that contribution.
Our secret's out, guys. Our secret's out.
Did I tell the truth, right? I'm going to just go for it.
50 is still a high ball for us.
But we have to give ourselves that permission. And I think that You know, when I look at what's going on in the world today, that if we are there and making a difference, that we have a much better chance of this world coming out in a better manner.
And the Africa question, is Africa
Africa is
involved?
part of the world. No, what do you mean is Africa involved?
No, in terms of the whole push for accelerating the space race.
So the thing is we're here with the SKA, right?
Yes.
Africa has the best. You know where the best launch location is? It's on the east coast of Africa.
Yes.
It's like right around Kenya and stuff.
Yes.
It's the best location for launching into orbit.
But it never happens from there, does it?
But we can make it happen. I think we have to understand that it's not just about one thing. That's the reason why we talk about remote sensing. We talk about all these other projects, and why I wouldn't just let you put me in Interstellar is because it's not just about that. It's about how we use this incredible resource to its best benefit, and how as we push beyond, we have other possibilities. So it means that when I talk about Africa, I see this incredible continent and incredible people. You know, when folks around the world, they talk about Africa and they talk about, oh, there's so many countries. I mean, Africa's a huge place.
It's a huge place,
And I used to say, like, United States will fit in the Sahara Desert. What are people talking about, right? We have to really think about it. How many resources are here? How many people do I know who work at NASA who are from African countries, right? Who work in engineering. So we just have to say, here's what we're going to do, that we're going to be a part of this and understand that we get a right to make those decisions and no one can keep us out.
Would you go back if given the opportunity to space?
I would go to space in a heartbeat. I would have stayed in the astronaut corps if I had an opportunity to do whatever it is I want to do, but it's a full-time job. And I had thought that maybe I could make greater contributions from a different vantage point and from a different place and learn things and push further. So for me, it's about using your position, using your place at the table to move the dynamics forward.
What's the most fun thing you did in space?
No, we're going to end with moving the dynamic forward.
I actually have a question about Shah City. Is there an astronomical society of women today in Chicago?
I live in Houston, Texas.
Okay, so
I know Chicago. I mean, I know Chicago. Chicago's my hometown, and I always think about it. But you know, there are women who are involved in astronomy everywhere. There, right now these days, I think close to 50% of astronomers in certain places are women. And so I think that we just have to change the dimensions, and I want you to start naming other folks as you start to go through this, name other projects so that we can expand the knowledge base rather than just hitting the things that people already know. And that's, you know, what I want to push for.
Well, what we're attempting with this project here that you're on now, Radio Astro, is to create a legacy project that is going to focus on space sciences, astronomy maybe, on an ongoing basis, because I hear this very often, that there are people who quietly go about their business in astronomy, in space sciences, they do it in their corner of the world, and people don't know what they're doing. And maybe there needs to be a medium, a platform like this that focuses on them on an ongoing basis. So hopefully the powers that be, I know you guys are listening, will find some funding to make Radio Astro live on. May Jemison, thank you so much for your time. How gracious, and thank you to your team for not hauling you away from here. Love you guys, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. May Jemison.
Thank you.
It's Radio Astro. It's 2 minutes to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time for us to get out of here to go. What a lovely show. My name is Pedro Adams. With me was Sibokazi. We had Tristan helping us behind the scenes. Bobby Brown was here too. Lekker chat today.
You can't go live on someone else's wedding.
For popping, we had a couple of interviews on the WhatsApp call.
This is not your wedding.
Charles Kalana, who came into the studio and chatted to us there as well. So yeah.
Remember the thing I sent something about monitoring spirits that people were watching live.
We will be back.
What is she going through now?
And don't forget Radio Astro broadcasts online, RadioAstro-Space. Mondays and Thursdays between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. South Africa, Central African time. Have yourself a lovely day. We will chat on Monday. Goodbye.
We should see, take my hand, close your eyes. With you right here, I'm a rocketeer. Let's fly, fly. Up, here we go, go. Up, here we go, go. Let's fly. Stop, nobody knows. No. To the stars if you really want it. Got a jet pack with your name on it. Above the clouds in the atmosphere. To say the words and we out of here. Hold my hand if you're feeling scared. We're flying up, out of here. Here we go. Come with me. There's a world out there that we should see. Take my hand. Close your eyes. With you right here, I'm a rocketeer. Let's fly. Up, here we go, go. Up, here we go, go. Let's fly. Up, here we go, go. Where we stop, nobody knows. No, baby, we can stay fly like a G6. Shop the streets of Tokyo, get you fly kicks. Girl, you always on my mind. Got my head up in the sky and I'm never looking down, feeling priceless. Yeah, where we at, only few have known. Want some next level Super Mario. I hope this works out, cardio. Till then, let's fly, Geronimo. Here we go. Come with me. There's a world out there that we should see. Take my hand, close your eyes. With you right here, I'm a rocketeer.
Yeah. Now I ain't never been to space before, but I ain't never seen a face like yours. You make me feel like I could touch the planets. You want the moon, girl, watch me grab it. See, I ain't never seen a star this close. You got me stuck by the way you glow. I'm like, oh, 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 oh. I'm like, oh, 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 oh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Come with me. There's a world out there that we should see. Take my hand, close your eyes. With you right here, I'm a rocketeer. Let's fly.
Do you know what's hiding in your business's data?